By order number N-29-20 issued on March 18th, 2020, the Newport-Mesa Unified School District Board meetings will be closed to the public. Habrá interpretación al español a través del mismo enlace de Zoom. Okay, the regular meeting of September 15th, 2020. I'm calling it to order. Rosie, please call the roll.
Trustee Floor?
Here.
Trustee Yelsey?
Here.
Trustee Black?
Here.
Trustee Barto?
Here.
Trustee Anderson?
Here.
Trustee Snow?
Here.
Trustee Matoye?
Here.
And Mr. Lee Sung, Superintendent.
Here.
Okay, item number 3 is community input on closed session agenda items only. Trustee Black, would you read the statement?
This is an opportunity for the public to address the board regarding items on the closed session agenda only. Each speaker has 3 minutes to address the board per board policy 9323. There's a maximum of 20 minutes of comments per topic. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to speak. In the number of submitted comments for a closed session item are anticipated to exceed 20 minutes, the order of comments will be read in random order until the 20 minutes have expired.
Okay. Thank you so much. So we are moving to, we have 5 comments on closed agenda item number 4A. Trustee Anderson, could you read the first comment?
Just one moment, please. Okay, my comment is from Charlotte Zaremba. There is growing acknowledgement that coronavirus may be transmitted through air, especially indoors, and concerns that it could spread through HVAC systems in indoor spaces have prompted federal and state authorities to recommend MERV 13 air filters. Estancia High School is the only fully enclosed indoor school in our district. We learned last Thursday that our school will have an air filter upgrade from pre-COVID MERV 8 filter to MERV 9, and then other schools in our district with newer HVAC systems will have the MERV 13 air filters recommended for schools by the CDC, California Department of Health, and California Department of Ed. Almost all of the classrooms at Estancia High School have no windows or doors to the outside air and are fully dependent on the HVAC system. What extra measures will be taken to provide Estancia High School with the same level of safety as other schools in our district? Is it possible that the HVAC system at Estancia was last replaced during the Measure C renovation 15 years ago? Are there plans to replace this outdated HVAC system so that it can provide the level of air safety recommended for schools today?
Thank you. Trustee Barto?
Yes, my comment is from Kathy. The board and public need to know the district is not ready to open. There are not adequate supplies available for the start of school for employees or students, nor to maintain school on an ongoing basis. The procedures and protocols are in draft form and do not address protecting staff or students. The district needs at least another month before it should open.
Thank you.
My community member is Cynthia Blackwell. Board of Education and others. Russell said during the last board meeting that symptoms were needed to test students and staff. Where did he get his information from? There is free testing at the Orange County Fairgrounds. Students and staff can be referred there for testing if someone feels ill, even though a person doesn't have to have COVID-19 symptoms to be tested. Will teachers, in parentheses, and other staff be filing worker compensation claims if they become ill after being exposed at work? Is Mr. Lee Sung a member of Mayor Foley or the Newport Beach Mayor City Call that provides facts and updates? These are leaders of the communities where the students of the district that he oversees live, who are having regular meetings to make sure everyone is up to date. Russell needs to work with the city leaders. This is not a matter for staff. I was telling my friend about Sarah J. saying that the teachers would be doing visual wellness checks on each student. Her response, did the teachers get their nursing degree or attend medical school over the summer? This appears to be an example of corner cutting. Each site needs a full-time nurse, and each person, child, and adult needs multiple temperature checks daily during their duration on campus.
Okay, thank you so much. Superintendent Lee-Sung, would you care to respond to that about the city staff meetings?
Yes, I'd be happy to respond. So first of all, the information that I get and that I shared with the board last Thursday, is based upon information that I get on a weekly basis. We're fortunate enough as a group of Orange County superintendents to meet weekly. And part of that weekly meeting includes our Orange County health officer, Dr. Chow. And he's been very gracious to be there to give us updates and to answer our questions. And so what I reported to the board and to the public last Thursday was absolutely accurate in that these county testing centers are available for individuals who meet this criteria. And I verified what I said with the information that's on the website. And the website under the category that says who should get tested, and it states that people with symptoms of COVID-19, and it lists some of the primary symptoms. So you have to have symptoms in order to get tested. However, there's a second category. And I also mentioned this last Thursday that the second category is if you have close contact or with someone who potentially or has a positive case of COVID-19. So the second category is people without symptoms or asymptomatics who meet the criteria. And one of them is the one that I just shared. The other category that I did not mention, but I'm fully aware of, is that testing site can also be used for people who are essential workers, okay, such as our healthcare providers or first responders, individuals who are in education are essential workers. So those are also people who can be tested at these testing centers. But there's also a caveat here that people should also check with their own healthcare providers before going to the county. And so what I provided to the board was factual. I didn't talk about the essential workers, but that is something that is known and is accessible there. And I do want to say that it is important, very important, for people to get tested and not to avoid the testing. Whether they do it at one of these centers or with their own healthcare provider, that is important, and I do encourage people to do that. Okay, and I do want to mention something a little bit earlier on the prior comment about not having adequate supplies, and I want to assure the board that we have adequate supplies. Supplies are readily available. You've heard this directly from our Director of Purchasing and Warehouse, and there's adequate supply, and there's expected to be adequate supply throughout the year and throughout this crisis. So I'm not sure where that's coming from, but I do want to assure everybody that there's adequate supplies here on hand and we expect in the future.
Thank you so much.
If I could just add, if we can also mention that at the 6 p.m. hour, just in case there are more people watching then. And then also the City of Costa Mesa's weekly, well, I think it's bi-weekly now, gathering it was on Fridays and now it's on Thursdays. I was attending on Thursdays or on Fridays, but now it's during our COVID update. So I'm wondering if there could be somebody from staff who's not a part of our Thursday update conversations that could go, because I think it's really crucial. They often are asking what is going on with the school. So I think if we could have someone from staff that's a part of that City of Costa Mesa meeting, and I'm not sure what's going on in Newport, I can only speak for Costa Mesa. Thanks.
Very good. We're happy to look into that.
Great, thank you. Okay, my comment is from Lisa Yee. Board meetings have been held via Zoom since March when schools closed. While this is doubtful anyone's preference, it is to maintain social distancing and to keep the board members and district staff who attend the meetings safe. That's what makes me question how you, the board, voted to reopen schools last Thursday, September 10th. While the meeting was held on Zoom, schools across the district are now going to reopen on a staggered schedule between March 29th and October 12th. This decision seems to be rash and only partially thought out. The average classroom is similar than the boardroom at the district offices, and teachers will be tasked with finding a way to arrange their classrooms to achieve a social distancing guidelines. Most classrooms, elementary to secondary, are 25 to 40 students. How are teachers supposed to magically find a way to accommodate between 13 and 20 students at a time? Newport-Mesa also lauds itself as a district that focuses on the social and emotional well-being of students. When we return to school there for in-person learning, it will not be the school students or the teachers remember. There will be plexiglass and masks, desks in rows, and few to no opportunities for students to work together in groups. I strongly believe the environment will be a detriment to the students' mental health. I also adamantly believe that this will take a toll on teachers and all staff at schools. Further, the AM-PM hybrid model for elementary grades means students will not be in class, quote unquote, with a half of the students they have gotten to know the last 3 weeks. And secondary students will see their teachers less than they did with distance learning. How is this preferable? Distance learning is not ideal. No teacher and no student would choose it over traditional in-person classes. However, while Orange County is still in the red tier according to the statewide system, why put students, their families, school staff, and their families at unnecessary risk? I urge you to remember reconsider the reopening plan. Thank you. Trustee Metoyer.
Mine is from Melanie Bassett. With regard to the school opening in Newport-Mesa, it is impossible to ensure an equitable learning experience for all students when administration has tasked individual schools to come up with their own safety plan during a global pandemic. This is problematic on many levels. First and foremost being that it is in fact administration's job to come up with a comprehensive and detailed plan that ensures a safe experience for all students and staff, regardless of race and socioeconomic status. Extreme economic disparities exist in the district, and the benefits of being at a school with a PTA can afford an abundance of supplies while others should not be a deciding factor in the success or failure of a school to protect its population from COVID-19. It is the moral imperative of the district administration to create a master plan with the health and safety of all students in mind.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Superintendent Lee-Sung, would you like to respond?
Okay. Yeah, you read my mind. Again, I appreciate everybody who takes the time to make comments, but I do need to set the record straight on a few things in that last comment here. So first of all, as you know, the state has come up with guidance that all districts and schools need to adhere to. And I've said this all along throughout this whole crisis that we are preparing to adhere to all those guidelines. So there's state guidelines, then there is a district plan. And on our website, there is a district reopening plan that doesn't have all the details, but it has the key components of what we intend and plan to implement when we reopen. The next level is a site-specific safety plan related to reopening. So every site does need to create its own specific plan, but that is based on the state guidelines. It's based on our district standards. But when you get down to the site level, there are things that are very specific to the site, which is why the requirement is that every site has to create a plan. But it's not every site creating their plan from scratch. It's based on the state, it's based on the district, and then the site gets more specific with it. So hopefully that clarifies the concerns that, sites have to create their own plan. Well, they do according to the law, but it's predicated on the state and the district. And also, individual teachers. We're not expecting them to create things from scratch, but as a former teacher, many of you are teachers or former teachers, there's a certain level when it gets down to the classroom that they'll have some discretion. Again, all within the guidance and all within the plan. So I want to assure that we're not asking teachers to create their own plan, nor are we asking sites to create their own plan. And then the last comment about the PTA donations. And as much as we appreciate every dollar and every offer that we get from our foundations and PTAs in the area of safety, when it comes to safety items, that is a core fundamental responsibility of the district to provide through our funds. And we are prepared to have the funds available to provide that. So as much as we appreciate donations in the area of safety, we ask our PTAs and foundations, please dedicate your money to some other worthwhile purposes. But safety, we've got that covered, okay? And that's a part of, I think, the comment is we need to make sure that all of our schools have the same level and standard of care. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And could you also address Ms. Yee's comments about how teachers have to arrange their classrooms? Could you address that a little bit?
Right. So we do have a standard classroom setup that is part of our district plan, and we shared that with all the principals, and we're now in the process of starting to set up those classrooms based on the district standard. And so again, former teacher, our classrooms are very much our own. So we fully anticipate that at the time that teachers come back to their classrooms, they're going to make final adjustments to their room as long as it fits within the standard. But we're going to set it up to the standard, and then they can make the adjustments that are necessary.
Terrific. Thank you. Those are all the comments we have on closed session items. Again, at the suggestion of Trustee Anderson, if you could make sure that we will make announcement that you'll address those issues in open session so that the public hears your responses to those comments. And also, I assume that you can probably put that in an order. So we are now moving into closed session. The items on the agenda are 4A, threat to public services or facilities. 4B, conference with labor negotiator, NMUSD representative. Item 4C, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, employment. And 4D, public employee discipline, release, dismissal, release, employment, number 202006 HR. There will be one readout from closed session from item 4D when we reconvene in the public webinar at 4 p.m. to begin the regular meeting. So with that, we will convene into closed session. So thank you and see you in about 2 minutes. By Executive Order N29-20 issued on March 18th, 2020, Newport-Mesa board meetings will be closed to the public. Habrá interpretación al español a través del mismo enlace de Zoom. In closed session, the Board of Education took action to approve the salary and reassignment agreement for number 202006 HR. It was moved by Trustee Metoyer and seconded by Trustee Anderson. The roll call vote was as follows. All voted yes. So it's ayes 7, noes 0. Okay, we will now move to call the meeting to order at 6 o'clock exactly. We already took roll call. However, I'd like to place roll call for our student board members, please.
Student Board Member Maddie McNamer.
Here.
Student Board Member Troy Suboda.
Here.
Student Board Member Luca Kokorishvili.
Here.
Student Board Member Paulina Enriquez Vasquez.
Here.
Student Board Member Brittany Eberdeni.
Here.
Student Board Member Bailey Bogard.
Here.
Terrific. Got all of them? Okay, moving on Superintendent Lee Sung, at our closed session, there were 5 public comments on closed session item number 4A. And some of them you addressed at the closed session item. Would you like to address that now?
Yeah, President Flora, I would prefer to do that at the superintendent's report after the comments are read, and I can respond all at the same time.
That works for me. Terrific. It's also, I'm making a recommendation that we remove and place on the discussion action item 14A, which is ratify agreement with Leaf Engineers Inc. for mechanical engineering services, and item 14B A2, which is ratify agreement with Health Science Associates Inc. for indoor air quality compliance review. We've been getting a lot of conversations about that, so and comments, so we've decided to move those 2 items so that they can be addressed more fully. So I need a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Move adoption to amend to
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
as amended.
I apologize because I know Trustee Anderson, you sent an email to myself and Superintendent Lee Sung regarding item 14B9, which is the approve the agreement for special services with School Services Inc. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not it. Sorry, B9 is approve the subscription renewal for the Lexia renewal for 2021 school year. You still would like to be, would you still like to have it moved to the consent, off to the discussion?
There were 2, so 14A5 and 14B9. I just wanted to publicly have a little bit of discussion. It doesn't have to be removed, but I just wanted us to make sure that we are hearing more information.
It's best that we remove them to the discussion action. That way they're, okay? So we're also gonna remove 14A5 and 14B9 off to discussion action. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So who made the motion? Trustee Yelsey, great. Seconded?
I'll second it.
I saw Trustee Black's hand up.
Okay, she'll second it.
Perfect. Great. Roll call.
Trustee Floor,
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey,
Yes.
Trustee Black,
Yes.
Trustee Barto,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Snell,
Yes.
Trustee Metoyer.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to item 8, adoption of minutes of 8/18, 9/3, and 9/10. Is there a motion to approve?
Move adoption.
Trustee Black moved. Is there a second?
I'll second. Trustee Barto.
Trustee Barto. Okay, it's been moved by Trustee Black and seconded by Trustee Barto to adopt the minutes of 8/18/20, 9/3/20, and 9/10/20. Roll call.
Trustee Floor,
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey,
Yes.
Trustee Black,
Yes.
Trustee Barto,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Snell,
Yes.
Trustee Metoyer.
Yes.
Okay. So welcome back, everybody. While we have been working, this is our first official meeting before school starts. We normally have this, and this is the first official meeting that we have our student board member trustees present. And we requested feedback from peers via Google survey regarding distance learning experience so far, and they will each provide a 2-minute report on their responses that they've received from their respective schools. They have selected a chair, and that's Bailey Bogard. So I'm going to turn this over to student board member trustee Bailey Bogard to take this away and start the process.
Alrighty, so Troy is actually going to go first to give the overview of the survey, and then we will go in order from there.
Great, thank you.
All right, hello. So anyways, my name is Troy from CDM, and I'm going to talk about the survey overall and then talk about CDM stuff. So overall, we got 550 responses from students across the district from all schools, including the cloud campus, and all grades, mostly seniors who responded. Overall, we had students rate their experience from 1 to 10 on distance learning this year. And I would say for the stats people out there, it kind of made like a bell curve around 5 and 6. So I got to say, pretty standard responses there. And more general stuff. So 85% of students said that distance learning has improved at least a little since last year, and with 40% noting considerable improvement. So that's very, very good. So we'll go into specifics for each of our schools. And so I'd like to talk about CDM now. As for improvements from last year, there's a good amount. We really enjoy the fact that we have a set schedule for classes now, and the 45-minute classes have worked well for us. The teachers are working extraordinarily hard to provide a good curriculum for us, which we're all very happy about, and we really feel like we are learning a lot more than we did last spring. As for some problems we have run into during, or I guess some of our concerns that we run into during distance learning, the homework load has been considerable given that we only have 45 minutes in class, so a lot of it is outside of the Zoom periods. With that, a lot of that asynchronous work is videos and stuff, which is contributing to a lot of like screen fatigue, which with addition to Zoom. And overall, CDM specifically has this sort of extended learning period outside of the normal hours that is occasionally required in the afternoons. It's kind of like office hours, but sometimes it's required. And that learning period has been beneficial for a lot of people, but is a little awkward given the timing that this extended learning period is in the afternoons. I would like to talk about Schoology a bit because Schoology, so CDM and I believe Cloud Campus have been essentially the pilot program for Schoology in the district. So we're only using Schoology as our learning management platform. So a pro of that for CDM wise is that it's good that everybody is on one platform as opposed to School Loop and Google Classroom and all that different stuff, which has been a problem for us even outside of like the scope of COVID. That's been a discussion for a while. However, we have seen a lot of problems with Schoology. It is quite frustrating to use because it's very buggy and inconsistent as like a software platform. There are too many different ways for teachers to upload assignments and materials. And so it kind of negates the benefit of having one platform as like having one learning management platform. The Google integration is like mediocre at best. And the biggest problem we've run into is that most organizations cannot send school-wide announcements through Schoology. So that's been a huge problem on our side, and a lot of people are still using School Loop to send announcements because there's no way to do that right now. I brought up in the past to consider activating the school emails, which I think could alleviate some of those issues. So with that, I urge the district to really this year gain some more extensive feedback on Schoology to see if this is something we want to continue with, and really consider our future learning management platform, even when we're back in person. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Bailey, who's up next?
I believe it's going in alphabetical order, so the next up for school in alphabetical order.
Okay, that would be Maddie.
Hi, I'm representing Back Bay High School. So what I've concluded from the survey and asking a lot of my friends and other students at my school is that the average of liking distant learning remains at like a 5. That's because most of them understand that we have to do this, but there's also part of them that, let's all face it, everybody here, including me, wants to go back to that face-to-face interaction. a lot of kids come to Back Bay because of homeschool and different other reasons of why they're going to that school, because maybe their school didn't work out at that time. And some of them feel that they're like taking a few steps back and like they're not as energized anymore for the distant learning. But don't get me wrong, there still are a lot of kids that are participating and following the ladder with the falling into the ladder with distant learning. I've spoken to a lot of them and they've said that distant learning has improved a lot now that they have set schedules and mandatory meetings that are more stricter. Before they were like kind of messy and not a lot of kids showed up to them. And the communication with our teachers is a lot better. We can, you know, ask them questions anytime, any point blank. So I conclude that distant learning is understandable during this time, but we can't wait to get back to campus like everybody else, I'm sure.
Terrific. Thank you so much. So now we have Luca.
President for the Superintendent Lee Sung and Board Trustees. So before I begin my report on Costa Mesa High School, I'd like to address the tragedy that occurred last week with Coach Jimmy Nolan. He's a Costa Mesa High School, and him and his family traveled to South Carolina last week. And while he was talking to his wife on the phone, the call just cut out of nowhere, and then he was contacted by the state police department, and they stated that his wife and his 3 children got into a car accident. Sadly, his youngest daughter, Mickey, she was 3 years old, and she did not survive the crash. And his wife and his 2 other children were hospitalized. While Coach's son, Jimmy Quick, has recovered and is currently with him, his wife, Taryn, and his daughter, Daisy, are still in the hospital getting treatment. And while they're getting treated, our school and community have made efforts to support them in any way they can, including raising money for their operations. Specifically, Costa Mesa High School has personally made posters with words of encouragement to send to their hospital rooms. Let us all pray for Coach Nolan's family and hope for their speedy recovery.
Thank you.
And now, going on to that report. So, according to the survey from my school, most students felt positive about distance learning, and they saw improvements with how the teachers use technology, and that they're more organized in the coursework this time. Also, many students report that they have more free time now, since classes only last 2 hours in total. And I'm an example of that as well, because I find that I finish classes at around 11 o'clock, and then I have basically around 12 hours to finish my homework, work on college prep, and do other things like that. And some students said they're getting more homework now regularly, and some students are losing enthusiasm because learning does not feel as important as physical schooling. Some students also discuss how technical difficulties affect their learning a lot, as for example, they can get disconnected in the middle of the Zoom call, not be able to rejoin, which has happened to me as well. And many students wish there was more time to talk to teachers about coursework and questions, as they feel that 45 minutes of class time and small amount of office hours is not enough. That'll conclude my report.
Thank you, Luca. Okay, so now we're moving on to Paulina.
Okay, hi everyone, I'm from Early College, and basically based on the results, the majority of them, like 52% rated distance learning from 4 to 6. So basically what the other student board member said, that's just a bell curve, and how we all have mixed feelings about it, but it's mainly just in the middle of it. And in terms of improvement, the people from my school don't see so much improvement on distance learning. It's more of a somewhat improvement, because we do have issues with organization and whether or not we have good internet or not. And then some other issues that my classmates talked about was they have a lack of motivation and they have a difficult time focusing on their work because we have so much free time now, and it's so easy to procrastinate, and in the end it just it takes a toll on their grades if they don't know how to manage their time correctly. And some people have difficulty learning over distance learning because they much prefer face-to-face interaction than over the internet. And another thing that I would like to note is a lot of my peers kind of mentioned that they would like to have the teachers to be more supportive besides the students, because we already have enough support. But because teachers are struggling with curriculum and whether an organization, whether it be over Zoom or Google Meets, they would like to have our teachers, we would like to have our teachers have much more support than they already have right now.
Okay, great. Thank you. So now we go on to Brittany.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brittany, and I represent Estancia High School. So Estancia participants were 172 Eagles. So when they were asked how they feel from 1 to 10, Estancia students ranked on the lower side. So the bell curve, but more leaning on the 2s and 3s were the majority. And when they were asked why, a lot of students said that they found distance learning to be disengaging in the sense that they were losing motivation and they preferred face-to-face. And so they felt that they were going through the motions of school rather than learning. A lot of people noted that the workload appeared to be tougher. They used the phrase, "I feel like I have more schoolwork now than I did in person." And when they were asked what their typical day under distance learning was like, they also again noted that they felt as they had more workload than normal. And some people mentioned taking care of family while Zooming. And although this was not a percentage of Estancia students, I feel that it is worth taking notice, as I also am feeling this, where I'll have my own Zoom and trying to get my quality education in while having my little brother, little sister next to me when my parents are immigrants, so they don't speak English. And trying to get them together is a bit of a hassle. And when asked if they believe distance learning has improved since the end of last year, most people agreed that it has. Why or why not? The district, according to the students, was praised by organization. They felt that right now we are so much more organized than we were during those height of COVID times. They felt that the teachers were more prepared. They knew how to use Zoom, and but they did also note that they felt that it was harder to learn. And I understand that, since most students feel that face-to-face interaction was more educational to them than Zoom. And if they felt that school board could be doing more in order to better support the students, a lot of people said no, but to the people that said yes, they said that it would be really helpful if announcements were made more readily known. So announcements were made more generally to the public, and they had better access to them, easier access. And to help with motivation, I saw a big trend in a lot of students saying that distance learning felt really disengaging, which makes sense since they're talking to a computer rather than a person. So I feel that we should really focus on that motivation and that engaging sense. Oh, and then someone else said that support plans for people who are struggling, and to think about the kids or the students with families that they also help take care of, which again is, although a small minority, it is a struggle. And if there's anything else that the school board representatives should know, some students feel that it is too much at once, that students have responsibilities at home and other external responsibilities that they feel that it might be overwhelming them. But as my fellow student board members say, the results are mixed, and I just tried my best to get everyone's opinion represented. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Bailey.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bailey Bogard, the student board representative for Newport Harbor High School. So the survey showed that 78 students from Newport Harbor wanted to share their opinions. So in regards to why or how they feel about distance learning, there were three big answers to that question. So the first was the homework load. The second was having a hard time focusing. And the third was that a few students feel they do have more free time, and then a few don't because of homework. So it's really a balance. And then in regards of has distance learning improved, pretty much every single Newport Harbor student said it has. The reasons for this was because they can tell teachers and themselves have gotten used to it. They can see teachers have adapted to a better or newer curriculum. Students, you see the teachers using similar systems such as Google Classroom or having a better communication source for their students. They feel teachers are more organized and more structured. And then thirdly, most Newport Harbor students said that the school board is already doing what they can to support us. However, for the few that said that they are not feeling supported, their number one concern was just for the district to be more communicative towards them with announcements that come to the public, which is obviously an issue, but it's still something that students feel is very important. And that's it. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. On behalf of the board, fabulous reports. Keep it up. Trustee Yelsey, you have a comment? Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to commend the student board members, and I wanted everybody to know that they came up with the idea of doing a survey on their own. They put it out, they came up with all the questions, tabulated everything, and they actually had, we didn't have time for it tonight, but they have a pie charts of their results and what they did. So if Bailey, if you could email that to the board, I think that would be great, so everybody could see your entire report.
Perfect. And again, on behalf, and if you have reports or you want to have your report shared, please let Superintendent Lee Sung know, and he can help facilitate that. All right. Superintendent Lee Sung, would you like to respond to some of there? Would you like to hold off until the superintendent's report? You're on mute.
I'll definitely make comments in my full report, but well done. All of our student trustee members, well done. Thank you.
Terrific. Okay, we have our new but a longtime PTA member and president of the Harbor Council PTA, Lisa Bowler. Welcome back, Lisa.
Thank you very much, and good to see all of your faces again. Seems like a long time. I just have a little report on our first Harbor Council meeting, which was yesterday. We had 27 members in attendance, and Superintendent Lee Sung joined us and gave us some fabulous information on the new openings of school and the waiver for the elementary. I think we got some really good feedback from our presidents. And it was nice because he also had John Drake join us, and I introduced him to our presidents. And I want to just say congratulations to John on his new position. And I think that's a well-picked person. So congratulations on that. At our meeting yesterday, we talked about our goals for Harbor Council for the 2021 school year. And our first one is training. We really want to work on getting our PTA leaders trained in the proper PTA procedures. There's a lot of new rules from the IRS and from PTA and our new insurance company, and we need to make sure that we're in compliance. So we just want to get all of our people on board with the proper training. We also have a goal of increasing our membership. As you may know, membership has been declining over the years, and we know we've got a real challenge this year with our distance learning and our whole COVID. So we've really been getting on our units to sign up for Totem, which is, a lot of you I know have already been using it, is the way to join our schools through the internet. And so we still have about 7 schools that aren't online yet, but the majority of our schools are. And so before we even had our first meeting with about 2 weeks of school, we've already got over 2,000 members. So with the different year this year, we're still in line for what we were at last year. So we're really thrilled, and we want everybody to know that in their joining the PTA, they don't have to do anything. You don't have to volunteer. You don't have to come to meetings, but you're showing your support for our schools. And that is what is really important now in this trying time. So anyway, if you haven't joined, please do. One of our other goals is communications. So this year we have a big push on getting all communications, whether it's email, text, and Facebook, and Instagram, anything. We want to make sure that we really get our information out to the parents. And then our last goal is collaboration. And we just want to keep our strengthening, our strong bond between Newport-Mesa in getting that information out and just having a good, strong partnership. So the last thing I wanted to mention was on October 8th, Harbor Council PTA is having a virtual school board candidates forum. And our PTA advocacy chairman, Michelle Bartow, is working on that. And so we have a flyer that will be going out shortly. And we hope that, you know, everyone tunes in and gets to hear about all our possible candidates for our board for next year. And that's my report. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. Mr. Lee Sung, I was at the PTA Back Bay Monte Vista PTA meeting today, and they mentioned some difficulty in terms of cost. That's one is that each individual school is using someone else's, they're not using a PTA, a Zoom account. They're using, each of them have different ways of connecting, whether it be through, at Back Bay Monte Vista, it's through the president's, her Zoom account, and she's been able to buy, she has the Pro for other things. And the other one that they mentioned was that there is, in the higher level of the Zoom, there is the ability to have instantaneous translation, but it's a $2,000 cost. And so I would like to see whether we can, if they can work with you, the leadership of PTA, and work with the superintendent's office to see what we can do, especially in the area of translation and such, so that I see Lisa's got her hand up. I just want to make sure that we have that ability. Okay, Lisa.
Okay, I wanted to let you know that our principals have been very, very generous with letting our PTAs use their Zoom account. I've already been on a Zoom with Adams, Wilson, I can't remember now. Anyway, there are several of our PTAs using the principal's account, and it has worked very well. But I don't know that all of the principals know that some of our schools definitely need it, the help of, using the school district Zoom account. So any help you can give us in that regard for holding our meetings would be highly appreciated.
Okay.
And that goes for all our parent organ, our PTAs, our PFOs. I just hope that you will just have a conversation with them.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Obviously, we have a shared interest to promote participation and to have the translation services. We'll look at the best and appropriate way to do that.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we will go to our presidents of both of our associations, and we'll go with CSEA. Pam Saunders, president of CSEA Chapter 18. Pam.
Good evening, President Floor, Board, Mr. Lee Sung, Cabinet, and guests. First, thank you for the opportunity from CSEA. First and foremost, we'd like to thank all of our classified employees throughout our district. We are very grateful to every classified employee for doing their part and all their hard work. We are thankful that the district has taken the time to meet with us for the reopening of the schools and the effects involved for our members, and guaranteeing that our employees are recognized for all their efforts during these uncertain times. At this time, we are very concerned about safety at our schools and work sites. With the return of students on September 29th, we have even more concerns. Schools and sites were not ready to welcome staff in July and August and are not ready to welcome students now. We are very concerned about the safety of students and staff. Only some school offices have plexiglass and the classrooms are not ready. Many of our employees are still having difficulty in getting cleaning supplies. We want to avoid any potential for a COVID breakout that would impact the learning of our students. Unfortunately, classified can no longer wait on the district to provide the necessary safety supplies and steps to make them safe at work. Employees are having to take upon themselves to make themselves safe at work. The top 3 concerns from last school board meeting 2 weeks ago, and they still haven't been addressed. We would like to have modified work schedules to allow for less people in work areas and ability to remote work from home when it is viable to do so. For the employees that are able to work remotely, we need them to have access to the appropriate technology and supplies to complete their work efficiently. We want to ensure that the required safety equipment and training is provided. We feel it's wrong that you are not supporting our NMUSD classified staff. We have been working in these hazardous conditions since the beginning of the pandemic. We are very disappointed that it appears that you are not supporting classified employees and the students we serve. Classified employees want to work, but we want to work in a safe environment where we reduce the risk for employees and students. We brought several issues to the district, and the following are still outstanding. There is not adequate plexiglass in offices that receive the public. There is not easy access to PPE, gloves, masks, and hand sanitizer. There is not easy access to sanitation and cleaning supplies. Classrooms aren't set up for students. How will we social distance when students return? We can barely do it with staff only present. We need additional custodial help to meet the needs of sanitizing the campus when students are present. There are no social distancing signs or safety notifications on campus related to the pandemic. Modified hours of remote work are not easily available, and some campuses are overcrowded and students aren't here yet. As we continue to plan for the start of the school year, we want to ensure that our staff and students' safety is the utmost importance. Again, thank you again for this opportunity. CSEA Chapter 18.
Thank you. And I want to remind the public that we are in the process of it. We are in negotiations and we are consulting with both of our associations on a almost not quite daily, but almost at least 2 to 3 times a week. So going on to that, we have the president of NMFT, Tamara Fairbanks.
And I apologize for my image. For some reason, my video camera is not working. So you just have to see my logo.
You look blue. You look blue, Tamara.
Go figure.
Well, use our imagination, Tamara.
Yes. And so, but it's all good. So you just have to see this. This is all. Technical difficulties, go figure. Anyway, as we have been surveying the climate of our members, we have come to several conclusions. 1, our members are stressed from the amount of work it takes to distance learn and increase workload. 2, our members feel demoralized when they find out more information at the school board meetings versus at the school sites. 3, they are angry that their employer has not given them a survey to see their climate and their needs. And 4, many are concerned that the district will not be ready in 2 weeks when most of us have barely gotten a directive. We love our students. We also love our families. As we see community outbreaks in San Diego due to reopening of schools and facilities far superior than ours, we have no choice but to put safety first. N-MUSD, we know that Governor Newsom's guidelines are low. Let's strive above them. We know that the minutes of instruction is low in an AM/PM plan, but let's strive above that. We know that we need to clean our facilities more than once a day. We strive above that. We know we can do more than eyeball a child to see if they have COVID. We know we can strive above that. We can just as our employer expects for us to not do the minimum, Please don't do that minimum for us. Just like the other districts in other counties in California, we should strive for health and safety always. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to community input from the public. We have, I lost the paper. Oh, here we are. We had a total of 10 community inputs. We had 5 on closed session, item 4.A. On the consent calendar, 14C.1 was 2. The public hearing, which we'll go to later in the agenda, was number 16B1. And then there was a community input on non-agenda items 18A were 2. So we will go to the community input on the consent calendar. So I believe that is Trustee Yelsey.
Dana doesn't have to read anything?
No, it's she read the last one, so I have 16.
No, I'm talking about the intro one.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm yes. I'm sorry, Trustee Yelsey. Yes, Trustee Black.
All items listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion. This includes the consent calendars for business, education services, human resources, student support services, and superintendent. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or the public request specific items to be discussed and/or removed from the consent calendar. Public requests of items to be discussed and/or removed should be submitted in writing prior to the board's consideration of the consent calendar.
Okay.
Okay, my comment is on item 14C1, approve MOU between NMUSD and NMFT.
Correct.
Re-level 3. It's from Michelle Elvander. I am writing to ask that you approve this memorandum of understanding that includes provisions to get our kids back to their extracurricular activities. So many times I have heard about teachers making connections with the students. More connections are formed in the extra activities than in math class. Our kids have missed out on so much and they need to get back to passions. Not to mention some activities are completely parent funded and the money has already been paid for middle school cheer and we are receiving no coaching. Our coach was trying to do the right thing and coach over Zoom and was recently told she couldn't even do that because of HR. The girls were so disappointed once again. So I hope you will think of the kids and approve the return to extracurricular activities. Thank you again for listening.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson.
Yes, my comment is from Christy Lee. I encourage the board to adopt the MOUs, including the recompense units for intermediate athletics, including cheer. The principals and/or district HR is prohibiting cheer practice in person or by Zoom, pending board approval of these numbers. Each cheer family has donated $2,200 for a cheer program, and we would like to see it begin as soon as possible.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 12, superintendent report. Superintendent Lee-Sung.
All right, good evening, President Floor, members of the board, student board members as well, and members of the public. So I have a lot to share this evening in my report. Some of it is related to some of the comments that were submitted that I would like to provide information, hopefully to give some understanding and context to what some of the folks are reporting. But first of all, let me start with the student trustees and their report. Like I shared with you the last time we met, how important it is that we do hear the student perspective on what's happening at our schools. And I appreciate the organized fashion that you did your reports, but I also appreciated hearing the efforts that the teachers have been making in this go round compared to last spring. And it is I'm pleased, and I know our staff is pleased to hear that we've moved in the right direction I want to give kudos not only to our teachers who've had to deliver this instruction in this setting, but also our educational technology staff who worked throughout the summer and continues to support our teachers, as well as our IT department who had to put all this together. And that's the work that you folks in the classrooms and parents don't see in the background. But there was a tremendous amount of work to bring these new instructional tools, to provide the training and the support to make all that happen. So I want to make sure our unsung heroes in the back are also recognized with that. But I'm glad to hear what you're reporting. The other thing is that we also get validated over and over again, and based on the data you shared, that people really do want to get back to school, and in person really is the best. And so with that, we did make the announcement last Thursday with the board's support and direction that we are going to reopen our schools, and starting with our youngest students, TK through 2, and our special needs students all the way up from TK to grades 12 on September 29th. And then our grades 3 through 6 starting 2 days later on October 1st, and then secondary on October 12th. So that certainly is good news that we're moving in that direction. Now that leads me to the preparation that we are currently undertaking to get ready for those days. And I do want to say that I am disappointed with what I'm hearing and the perceptions out there that we're not going to be ready. And the one thing that I want to emphasize is that we will be ready. We will be ready when it's time for our staff to return to the sites and to have our welcome our students back. And I want to give you some of those examples and some of the things that we visually can see, like signage, like the plastic screen guards, and the PPE. You know, all of those are readily available, and they are being delivered. We got word today that they're being delivered to sites starting today. Okay, some of the stuff we don't want out at the sites too early. Okay, so our timing and our timelines are designed to be ready when our students and staff come back. So anybody who's worried about the availability of some of these items, I want to assure you that most of these items we have at hand are being delivered right now, and we will be ready. Plexiglass is another common layer that we have committed to. We have several plexiglass different samples, and we have upgraded some of the plexiglass that we originally had purchased. We wanted to have higher quality plexiglass that's currently being delivered. So these are things that we have in our plans. We have timelines, and I just want to assure everybody that we'll be ready. I also mentioned at our last board meeting that we are increasing custodial services. And these custodial services is not only in the form of hiring new custodians full-time and part-time for both evening and daytime, but also we've had to shift some schedules. So we make sure that we've got the proper custodial services and enhanced services at all of our school sites. Classroom setup. Here's another area that we have a standard classroom setup that we did share at the last board meeting. And so over the next week and a half, the classrooms will be set up in the standard spacing and making sure that we can promote the social distancing that we are going to be implementing. And I talked about this the last time, or actually one of our directors talked about this, that we do plan to have the different sets of desks in the classrooms. We showed some pictures of what that would look like. So that classroom setup is being done this week and early next week. Okay, and then site-specific plans. So there was a comment earlier in the meeting before the closed session, and I wanted to clarify that the comment was, why are we asking teachers to create their own plans? And I wanted to dispel that if in fact there's some people who think that teachers are making up this plan on their own. So as I've been saying throughout this crisis, that there's clear guidance from the state that we're required to follow. So the guidance is set. We then adopt that guidance, and if there's some decisions to make within the guidance, we do that as a district. So we have a district reopening plan that is placed on our website, and we did just recently update that, which will give the general directions and precautions and protocols and enhancements that we're doing here in this district. Where it gets more detailed is at the site level, because we will provide the standard direction to all of our sites. They take that, and in some cases, they need to now refine that into greater detail. And that's where the site-specific safety plan comes into play. And then we're asking all of our principals to create and finalize these site-specific plans, which they are working on and finalizing this week. So those are the plans that will actually have the specific entrances and routing of how the traffic patterns would go, and they get down into the details for that specific site. And then if I want to take it now one level further, there are some discretionary areas that teachers will have, but it's all within the plan and it's within the guidance that's provided by the state, the district, and the school site. So even though people may say that they're not seeing things at the site set up, I want to say it's not set up yet. And over the next week and week and a half, all of those things will be set up and will be prepared to reopen. The next thing I wanted to share is just a clarification about testing. And again, this came up as a question and a comment earlier in the meeting about the testing sites that are available to anybody here in our county. And the first thing is the eligibility. Who is eligible to test at, let's say, the county super sites? And we have one right here in our backyard, and that's at the Costa Mesa Fairground. So before I talk about the eligibility and clarify that, I do want to say that I want to encourage people to be tested. That's an important part of having accurate data and making sure that we can control the spread of this virus. So we do want to encourage that. And the criteria for testing at these sites. And I mentioned this last Thursday, specifically that people who have symptoms, that they can go to the site and be tested, and they will have to indicate that they have symptoms. And the other group that I mentioned on Thursday, I'll mention again here, is the fact that there are people who can be tested if you suspect that you've had contact or close contact with someone who either suspected or confirmed with COVID-19, okay? The part I didn't mention is the essential workers. So there's a whole category of essential workers that would also be eligible to be tested at these sites. Healthcare workers, first responders, essential workers such as school employees. And that's also part of the eligibility to be tested at these sites. Okay, so again, I think this is important that we know what's available to us. Also, if you have a healthcare plan, they will say, even at the county, it's important for you to check with your healthcare provider to see if you can be tested there first. And then these county facilities are available as well. So I just wanted to clarify that point, which was commented early on in this meeting. One more comment, and that is having supplies available at the sites. And the comment was, if you're at a school site with a generous PTA, that you're going to get more supplies than a school without maybe PTA support or with the funding. And what I want to assure everybody is that our safety supplies, our safety equipment cannot and will not be reliant upon these generous donations. As much as we appreciate all these donations that we get from the various organizations, it really is not for the safety supplies and equipment that we have at the site. That is a district responsibility. Like I said, we have the supplies at hand. Supplies are readily available according to our Director of Purchasing and will continue to be available throughout the school year. So I don't want anybody to feel like this is reliant upon donations. We appreciate the donations, but not for this purpose. That is a district responsibility. Okay, and then the last thing I wanted to share is an update on the elementary waiver. On Thursday, the board authorized me to move forward to pursue an elementary waiver for reopening for our district. And since then, I want to emphasize that we did put out a thought exchange to our elementary parents to provide their thoughts on pursuing an elementary waiver. And that will close on Thursday. So if you're an elementary parent, we definitely want you to sign in and give your thoughts and then go back and rate the thoughts of others. I've also met with the Harbor Council PTA, as Lisa Bowler mentioned. I have meetings scheduled with our DLAC committee, as well as parents on our superintendent's reopening committee later on this week, as well as formal meetings with both CSEA and NMFT. So I am on schedule to be finished with the process and ready to submit by the end of this week. So that is my report for tonight.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Any questions or comments from the board members? I don't see any. So.
Thank you for going over some of the items that were from earlier. I think that's really helpful.
Terrific. So we will, great, thank you. We're going on to item 13, which is discussion action item. We do have, I don't believe we have one on that. Is that correct? Discussion action. I've got to check my, no, we have on 14C. Okay, so item 13A is approve the 2019-20 unaudited actual report. Oh, joy. I believe that's Mr. Trader, correct, Superintendent Lee Sung?
Yes, Mr. Trader.
Good evening. It's good to be here with you tonight. Tonight we have a special guest that we've invited to preface the comments before this presentation, and that is a partner with your audit firm. That is Mr. Andrew Park. And so we've asked him to make a few comments before the presentation. We have a wonderful, great working relationship with your auditors. We provide them with unfettered access to any and all records that they would want to examine. And so with that then, Mr. Park.
Well, good evening, everybody. I just realized the camera quality in the evening in my office is really poor. It looks like our skies currently with the fires. But to start, I'd just like to kick off and just give you a little background in terms of what unaudited actual is. So when you hear the term unaudited actuals, and you would also hear the term SAC, or standardized account code structure, that in essence is basically an accounting or a reporting platform prescribed by the state of California. And all it is it's the official financial record of the district as of June 30th, 2020 in this case. So this document, unaudited actual, actually goes through a couple of reviews, including myself, but it actually begins with the document being remitted to your local county office of education, which is Orange County Department of Education, and they would perform their desk review. And once that's performed, that needs to be basically sent over to the state of California. And I believe there is a hard deadline in terms of when that review needs to be performed by the Department of Education, and I believe that is October 15th. What you are doing today is basically following the requirements in accordance with Ed Code 42100. As an auditor, I look at this requirement, and the requirement states that unaudited actuals have to be accepted by the governing board by September 15th. I look at this as a hard deadline for the district to actually close out the fiscal year. I would be strongly worried if this deadline wasn't met by your district's management, especially within Mr. Trader's department. Fortunately, it looks like it's ready to go and it's ready to be accepted by the board. So again, I kind of perceive this as a hard deadline for the district to actually close. Now, what comes next? We're actually knee deep in your audit procedures in terms of where we are with the audit. Our responsibility is to literally audit the unaudited actuals and to provide a report on how the audit went. And as you know, we come out every December, sometimes January, depending on what circumstances. And we would present the results of the unaudited actuals or the audit of the unaudited actuals. And we would focus on the content of what really is in the unaudited actuals and whether or not Mr. Trader has prepared that information accurately. So here we are, and hopefully I can make it for the December board meeting as we normally do, and we don't have to defer this till January, but I'm looking forward to reporting the results to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Are there any questions for Mr. Park?
Let's see, I do not see any. We certainly appreciate that introduction and explanation of what we're actually voting on. Any further comments, Mr. Trader?
No,
oh, Dana, I see. You didn't put your hand up. I see. Okay.
Well, I just wanted to thank Andrew and his team because for the public, it's really a fabulous document, and it really does give us the detail and connect the dots. Although our wonderful Mr. Trader does a great job on our budget as well. So it's one of the things that, you know, I really appreciate sharing with, you know, parents that have specific questions about where did that lottery money go, you know, and how is that factored in. And but the only question that I really had is, you know, the public asks, and sometimes our associations, our unions ask, but if, you know, about our reserves. And, you know, and being a basic aid district, like community funded, that's another term that we use. I wonder if, you know, either one of you or, you know, want to comment on it to help educate the public about our reserves. Because how I'm reading our budget is that, you know, God forbid that anything happens, but we, you know, we're not supported by the state. And so we have healthy reserves, but it would only last us for a short period of time, you know, running a district of this size.
Yes, that's a great question. In fact, we're going to address that question in the presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Barto.
Yes, mine's more of a comment. Just thank you so much. I think because of the particular year we're in, this document is more interesting to me than the budget, because a lot of throwing darts at, you know, where the legislation would land. So I'm excited to see this. Thank you.
I only have a brief one. This is the first year that under the new merger with Evernick, Trine, and Day. Isn't that correct, Mr. Trader? So not to put Andrew on the spot, but Andrew, I would just like to know how that's going.
Well, it's going great, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, we went from the 98th largest firm in the United States. We actually, I think we're in the top 25. So with that, we have all kinds of cool resources and technology-oriented audit, you know, programs. I mean, you name it. We have things that we never imagined as Evernick, Trine, and Day. I mean,
that's great.
Yeah, it's automating a lot of the procedures that we do because, I mean, we have the technology available, and I believe that's the actual future of auditing now. So, I mean, it's been great.
Terrific. Thank you. Final comments, Mr. Trader?
That's it. If you're ready to go in the presentation, I can go right into that.
You got it. It's all yours.
Right.
The floor is yours, or as we say, the screen is yours.
All right. I'll share my screen here, and hopefully I can find what we got here. Let's see here. Okay, so let's talk about the unaudited actuals and what they are. And of course, the board is required to approve them by law. And it is a snapshot as of June 30th. And so you can know, though, that these are in line with the state accounting manual, and it's subject to audit, like the auditor just said there. And we will talk about a stabilization reserve here at the end. The annual report is filed with the state, and our 2020-21 beginning fund balances are updated with the actuals from the previous year. And so with that, then let's fasten our seat belts and get ready to blast off into the galaxy of numbers here. So let's talk about enrollment. The enrollment is trending downward. For many years, the district experienced a very stable enrollment environment, but since 2014-15, the district has experienced increasing enrollment declines. That rate is declining. And the drivers of that decline include lower bursts and the compact development that's going in within our district boundaries. And you'll notice here at the very far right-hand side that COVID has made a huge impact. I just updated this a couple hours ago. Thank you. I got an update, and I thank you for the update. So you can see COVID's really exasperating the enrollment decline. And we're not alone in that. This decline is consistent with other districts. In fact, there was an article August 31st in the LA Times that highlighted this trend. LA Unified, all of the districts are experiencing the same kind of trend. And so let's move on and talk about revenues. So revenues came in higher than expected. Unrestricted revenue is 1.8% higher than at the June adoption. And that's mostly due to some preschool early intervention money we received. The restricted revenue is higher by about 11.3%. And this is a normal pattern for us because we live in a very generous community who supports the schools. And so we receive local support throughout the year, and that builds throughout the year. And then special education, there was a increase in the rate per student, which was very helpful. And so you can see here on the chart, we have unrestricted and restricted revenues in a total. So we start at June adoption, there's where we are. We go to first interim, then we go to second interim, kind of level off there. And here we are at estimated actuals, and then we finish up with unaudited actuals. So pretty close to what we had thought in from the June adoption. So let's then talk about expense. Now expense was lower than we expected. And again, that's kind of normal for us. The unrestricted expense was lower by 6.4%. And staff, that consisted of staffing and benefits were lower by 5.8%. And non-staffing was lower by 24.5%. On the restricted side, that's very different though. Restricted side was higher than expected by 14.5%. Staffing and benefits was 10.5% higher, and non-staffing is 27.3% higher. And most of that is in special education and psychological services. And so when you look here we are at June adoption. We go to first interim, a little bit higher, level off at second interim. Here we are at estimated actual and then unaudited actual. So now encroachment and transfers out. Now we did make an adjustment to transfers out. We lowered the transfer out number to support cash flow needs, which we'll talk about here in a minute or two. And then our support for restricted programs increased. Again, special education and student services, special education and psychological services have received the majority of new money, so to speak. And so we can see that here in these numbers here. So transfers out at June adoption, encroachment there, total, here we are at first interim. You can see that we're increasing throughout the year on encroachment. Same thing, again, increasing. And then here we are at estimated actual. And now get ready for it, get ready for it. Here's the big decrease in the transfer out, and you see that kind of show up there in the total. So then that explains the ending fund balance adjustment. Ending fund balance is increasing, and that's to meet cash flow demands. The restricted ending fund balance is interesting because it actually decreased. And this is a result of the government saying we could spend money responding to COVID-19, but we could not book it. We could not book any revenue associated with that. So our restricted ending fund balance kind of was reduced in 1920. And so if we look at that, we can see here at the June adoption, there we are at second interim here. Here we are at estimated actual, and then unaudited actual. You see there, big change in our ending fund balance. And that's intentional, and that's to meet the cash flow demands that are happening right now. One of the issues that we've got and the challenges is that we are spending substantial resources responding to COVID. We have already encumbered $22.5 million responding to COVID, and we're only a month into school. So it's hard to sleep at night, but let's talk about cash flow deferrals. So one of the biggest challenges facing us is our pressure on cash flow. You'll recall the district has this cash dry period between July and December. And as a result, we need substantial amounts of cash to keep the general fund solvent. And so what we have happening here is you'll see this represents the cash low point, or in other words, the cash deficit that we hit somewhere around October. And it's increasing fairly dramatically here as we roll into 2021 and then 21-22 as a result of the deferrals and also responding to COVID. And so it's important that we look at our district stabilization reserve and it be increased to, or we recommend that it be increased to address the cash flow pressure. The only way to really resolve this is to increase that or look at external borrowing. And external borrowing comes with some entanglements and it's expensive. So district reserves are, though, approaching best practice. So you look, here's our ending fund balance, and here we're ending in 1920 with an excellent ending fund balance. And you can see here as a percent of expenditure, it's 16.9%. The recommended reserve by the Legislative Analyst's Office is 17% for school districts. And so you see we're approaching best practice, which is a good thing. And let's talk a little bit about COVID funding. There's a number of revenue streams associated with COVID funding. However, when you look at this, we had to actually delay our close a little bit so we can make sure that we were maximizing these funds. That top box there is that's Cinderella funding. That funding goes away December 30th, 2020. And so we did a lot to put as much expenditure, as much of that into 1920 that we could. And for 1920 though, this is how the expenditures shook out. So when you spent your money on, 72% went to instruction, 8% went to pupil services, 1% to ancillary, 6% to general admin, 12% to plant services, and 1% to other outgo. At the same time, you honored the local control funding supplemental formula, the funding for that. And this is funds that are specific to students from low income, English learner, or just left me now, students that are homeless, essentially. Foster youth. So as you can see here, here's the target. It's a little over 16 million. You overfunded that target and exceeded it. So that's good news there and a great story to make sure it shows that your commitment to having all students succeed. And so with that then, I just want to quickly summarize here that, 2020 is ending up to be a real wild card. We are in the sharpest decline it's an economic collapse. It's like the Great Depression just about. And yet California ended up the year with $3.2 billion more in revenue than they thought it may. In July, its revenues were higher. There's been a rebound in the equities market. NASDAQ is up 28%. And our real estate market here, local real estate market, is shrugging off the virus. This is not normal. This is not what you would expect to see. And so we want to be cautious about this. And even though, you know, it's a challenging time, there's really a lot to be pleased about in this report because it reflects sustainable success. You know, the report has been prepared in compliance with the California School Accounting Manual. The unrestricted funding balance is approaching a best practice level, and we're experiencing continuous improvement in our budget and accounting processes. And the board has been really very supportive of a disciplined approach while addressing our current challenges. And so with that, then I thank you for your time, and staff recommends approval of the 1920 unaudited actuals report here, and I will stop sharing.
We have some questions and hands up, so I will go with Trustee Anderson, followed by Trustee Bartow so far.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Trader. Thank you for making your reports as easily understandable as they can. And they're very, you know, they're very long and there's a lot of meat in there. So the first thing that I wanted to ask, and also thank you for always being willing to answer questions. I saw the state deferrals are increasing, which is impacting the cash flow. And so particularly for, you know, the years going forward, it's really a substantial, the deferrals are a substantial amount. Would you please elaborate on your recommendation for how the district should navigate cash flow concerns between July and December? Do we just stock up our supplies? Do we want to, I mean, I would love to hear if there are any other ways, particularly since the numbers seem to be increasing for the deferrals, what you would recommend.
So the state has taken essentially $11 billion in deferrals, and that's the same amount that they hit at the height of the Great Recession. And so they've probably maxed out on the amount of deferrals that they can take from school districts. And so I think we're seeing the max here. Their only other option is to do budget cuts. And so we're hopeful that, you know, the state will keep their act together and that will be stable. But your ending fund balance being at close to 17% is substantial enough to weather pretty much anything that might come along. It's a best practice, and we would recommend it. The only other option we would have would be to look at external borrowing, and the county treasurer has been very helpful in that regard. However, it does come with some entanglements, and it would cost us some money. And so if we can avoid that, having to spend money to borrow money, that would be helpful.
Thank you. And then I had one other question that it might be a Vanessa Gailey question. I know you always usually present the budget with LCAP or a learning continuity plan. I noticed a significant increase from the unaudited actuals to the budget for Title I and Title II. And I was just wondering how we are planning to distribute those this year.
Yeah, that might be a better question for Mrs. Gailey. On that, we'll just let her address that if that's all right.
Sounds good.
You want me to do that now? Yeah. Okay, so we actually haven't gotten significantly more. What we had is carryover. So the carryover is back into the mix, right? So this year, we are, one of the largest things that we're doing at the elementary schools is we have taken part-time interventionists and converted those positions to a full-time interventionist at 7 of our schools. And then the remaining 3 are getting a TOSA full-time, so each school gets a full-time employee. So essentially what we have not got, we have fewer Title I students than we had in years past, and with decreasing comes a decreasing amount. So really what we've done is just deployed those monies right back into the schools.
Okay. Yeah, because 37% is a lot. So I didn't know, so a majority of that was carryover?
Yeah.
Could you email that to us too as well? Like which schools got what from the part-time to full-time, please?
Oh yes, you know what? I have a staffing sheet I think you'll really enjoy.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Bartow?
Hi, yes. Okay, so my question is regarding the deferrals, and that is a result of the legislation that passed, correct? Where that was how they balanced their budget, was by doing those deferrals. Am I interpreting that
Correct.
correctly?
Yes, correct.
So that impacts us because their deferral, it relates to the deferrals as regards to the money that we get from the state, or is there another piece to that?
No, that is the piece. It's money we get from the state.
Right. And so they did that so the deficit wouldn't be as egregious on their books. Is that correct? Or,
Yes, it was either deferrals or cuts.
okay, thanks. And then my other question was, you recommended that we increase our district stabilization reserve. Is that part of something will be presented soon? As it sounded like you had a plan for how that could work other than going to loans or bonds or funding. Will we be seeing something like that soon?
Yes, at the first interim, you'll see an extreme makeover on the budget.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. One is the deferrals. While we receive the state funds, we are nowhere as impacted as a revenue limit district on deferrals. Is that correct? About how much funds do we get from the state through the deferral program?
Yeah, so each district is different, but for us, it means it's about a $12 million reduction in revenue.
So almost less. That's what, one? Is that 1%? Is that 1%?
It's less. Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, on a cash flow perspective, it's a big shift.
Got it. And then the other question is, when you talk about this recommended level of money in the cash reserves, we really went to bat for that with the legislature because of being community funded. Can you explain that that's why we are at a higher level, is because of our community funded? Could you explain why we're pushing towards trying to get as much as we can in there?
Yes, community funded districts don't have the safety net that LCFF districts have. And so as a result, if there was something bad that were happening that would impact our property tax values, then we would have no safety net. And so it's incumbent upon community funded districts to have a higher reserve than, say, perhaps an LCFF district.
Okay, and then finally, I know that I just would like some edification, and if you could provide it in another means, but there's a Prop 15 on the budget, on the ballot, and I'd like to have an analysis on what financial impact could that have on our budget in terms of Prop 15.
I plan on addressing that during the informal reports tonight.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Luca, you had your hand up and then it went down. So do you still have a question?
No, sorry.
Okay, perfect.
I kind of have an idea, not worth
All
it.
right. Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Okay, may I have a motion to approve the 2019-2020 unaudited actual report, please?
So moved.
Trustee Metoyer.
Second, Trustee Barto. Oh, sorry, Ashley, your trustee.
Okay, so it's moved by Trustee Metoyer and seconded by Trustee Barto. Roll call, please.
Student Board Member Bailey Bogart.
Yes.
Trustee Floor.
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey.
Yes.
Trustee Black.
Yes.
Trustee Barto.
Yes.
Trustee Anderson.
Yes.
Trustee Snell.
Yes.
Trustee Metoyer.
Yes.
For the public's information, we decided, and we will be putting that into policy, and gave the student board member who is either the chair or one of the student board members will be having the provisional vote. So their vote will be called. It counts in one way, it counts as part of it, but it doesn't count towards the actual passage of the measure. but it's listed. So I just wanted to let everybody know, and thank you, Bailey, for participating. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. We have 2 items under the consent calendar, 14C1. So we've got trustee, let's see, which one, where is it? 14C, we've got trustee Yelsey.
We already read those.
Did we already read those? Oh, perfect. I am so confused here with all this. Okay, so I need a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended, which includes the removal of 14A1, 14A2, 14A5, and 14B9.
Move to approve the consent calendar as presented, amended.
Okay, and is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Yelsey. So it's been moved by trustee Black, seconded by trustee Yelsey.
President Floor, I have one item that we would like to make note and put on the record. It is 14B1, the Williams legislation 4th quarter report. A typo was pointed out to us, and we would just like to put it on the record to correct that typo before action is taken. And I'd like Mr. Drake to just point out what that typo was.
Thank you, Mr. Lee-Sung. So President Floor, board members, members of the public, in 14B1, the Williams legislation 4th quarter report, in the recommended motion portion of the item, it states that it's the 3rd quarter report. It is actually the 4th quarter report. That's an oversight of mine, and I'd like that noted and corrected for the record.
Okay, great. So further amendment. So we're, okay, so terrific. Thank you. So we have a motion by trustee Black, seconded by trustee Yelsey to approve the consent calendar as amended. Roll call, please.
Hey, I have a discussion.
You want a discussion?
Items that were removed are not removed. They're moved to discussion action, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. Yes, they've been moved. Okay, so I'll roll call, please.
Trustee Floor?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey?
Yes.
Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snow?
Yes.
Trustee Metoyer?
Yes.
And I believe trustee Bogard, correct? Student board member trustee Bogard?
They only vote on action items. Sorry.
Okay, got it. Okay, on moving on to resolution consent calendar. The first one is adopt, it's 15A, adopt resolution 020820, conflict of interest code 2020 biannual report. 16B, adopt a resolution 060920 in support of Hogue Memorial Presbyterian. Item 15C, adopt resolution 070920 regarding layoff of classified employees. And item 15D, adopt resolution 080920, GAN limit for 2019-20, estimated GAN limit for 2021. And item 15E, adopt resolution 090920, support of September 7th, 11th, 13 as National Suicide Prevention Week, and the month of September as National Suicide Prevention Month. Are there any that want to be, we want to vote on separately? I would like to make a comment on the Hogue, supporting the Hogue Memorial. Did anybody else want to make any comments or anything, questions?
Well, can I have a point of order? So we're moving on to 15 without doing the discussion for all the items under regular consent?
We already voted on consent.
We discussed, the other items go to discussion action, which is after resolution.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were gonna get to them.
Oh, yes,
That's
no,
not a point of order.
yeah, no.
Thank you.
Any other comments? So I just wanted to make a comment on the Hoag Memorial Hospital Presbyterian. I asked to put this on. This is a motion supporting Hoag Hospital's resolution to return to its roots, which is a community-based hospital. As we know, the hospital merged with St. Joseph's, and we all celebrated that because the belief was that between the two hospitals, we were going to, Hoag and the faith-based St. Joseph's was going to be able to provide and expand on community services. And that seemed to be working, but then Providence bought both the St. Joseph's hospital system, and now it's a multi-state, very large hospital system, serving over 40, dealing with 41 hospitals. And Hoag felt very strongly that he wanted to maintain its roots. And as a strong supporter of Hoag Hospital, we know that Irvine has passed a similar resolution, Newport Beach has passed a similar resolution, and so has Costa Mesa. And they have provided us, the Newport-Mesa School District, with significant support over the years, starting with the Hope Clinic. And actually, Dr. Gwen Perry was instrumental in helping us get that taken care of. Our wellness clinics, all of that is a direct result of what we, our partnership with Hoag Hospital. So that's my statement. I just wanted to let everybody know that that was the reason I had this put on. So we need a resolution. They're all acted in one motion unless there's a request to vote on them separately.
Okay, President Floor, we would also like to highlight one of the resolutions, 15E, which is to support the National Suicide Prevention Month. And Dr. Jocham would like to say a few words on that.
Great. Thank you so much.
Great. Good evening. Thank you, trustees and Superintendent Lee Sung. This is a resolution that the board has been supportive of for several years. This year, we actually are doing it in the middle of the month, which is kind of nice, instead of waiting until the month is over and then recognizing the month. But Kristen Henry, who is our coordinator of mental health and wellness, has been working with our school sites to send out information of how they can, what information they can share with students, and that staff can have like a little bit every day, kind of chunked information to support suicide prevention, which includes anxiety, depression in students, all of the social emotional well-being stuff, especially as our students are in distance learning and lacking some of that community support that they may find when we're in person learning. So again, I want to acknowledge the hard work of the student services staff to support this, and then also commend the district and the board for highlighting this as a continued area of focus and need for the students in Newport-Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. And I didn't know whether Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent Olson wanted to respond to and clarify the resolution, the layoff resolution. Wasn't sure. She okay?
Yeah, certainly. I'd be happy to do that. So the resolution coming before the board today was our process that we utilize whenever there is a lack of funds or lack of work for any particular classified employee group. In this case, we have a group of instructional assistants positions that are no longer going to be funded by their foundations at their school sites. So therefore, we are required to initiate the resolution and a layoff situation. However, that being said, we are fortunate enough that we have been able, there is a need at some other sites, and through our work with Title I schools, that we will be in a position to offer these employees another position at another school.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, so may I have a motion to adopt items 15A, 15B, 15C, 15D, and 15E?
I'll make a motion to adopt items 15A through E in one motion.
Great.
Second.
Okay, so it's the Bs. Trustee Barto moved and Trustee Black seconded. Roll call, please.
Trustee Floor,
Yes.
Trustee Yossi,
Yes.
Trustee Black,
Yes.
Trustee Barto,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Snow,
Yes.
Trustee Matoye.
Yes.
Okay, so we're moving on to public hearing and action calendar. We do have a comment on 16B. So
That's me?
yes, we do. So we will go to 16A, which is a hearing disclosing the provisions of the 2021 tentative memorandum of understanding collective bargaining agreement with the Newport-Mesa Federation of Teachers. I'm opening up the public hearing.
Okay, Mr. Trader will have the first word on the hearing, and then we do recommend that the one comment submitted be read during the open public hearing. So Mr. Trader, and then I would request that the comment be read.
So in accordance with AB 1200, the district is disclosing the cost of the agreement, which is $1,900,096, and the district can afford that, and that's what we have.
Okay.
I have one comment from community member Kelly, no last name.
This is on 16A, not 16B. We're on 16A.
Okay, so there's no comment for 16A.
There's no comment for 16A.
Right, but Mrs. Floor, this is related to the item that the public hearing is open for.
Wouldn't she make the comment on 16B?
Yeah, I think she inadvertently put 16B when it should have been for 16A. It's the same item. This
Okay.
is a public hearing opportunity for people to make comments on 16B.
Okay, perfect. All right. So Michelle, Trustee Barto, would you read your comment, please?
So my comment is from community member Kelly with no last name provided. Please don't make elementary students and teachers the test run for reopening our schools. How does a kindergartner go into a classroom where they can't play? We were told they can't play with toys. No blocks, no centers, no kitchen, no playground, no balls, no puzzles, no listening centers, no painting, no marble run, no games, no dolls, no books. I'm a little confused as to what they can do besides play with Unifix cubes and pattern blocks that will be bagged up. We were told they need to stay in their seats. I'm not really sure this is what's best for kids. Maybe their parents can go back to work, but definitely not the kids. Please help. I want nothing more than to reopen, but not until we can teach properly and kids can be kids. Are the parents aware that it's the teachers that are coming up with the safety plans for reopening? The teachers have been tasked with safety procedures while still trying to distance teach, give asynchronous work, plan lessons, give feedback, man office hours, and pack up anything not able to be used by students. In a kindergarten class, this means pretty much everything except paper, crayon, scissors, and glue. Oh, and by the way, we have one day to do this, September 28th. One day before we are supposed to start. Does this seem okay? That's what's happening, people.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we're going to move on to 16B, approved tentative agreement between the Newport-Mesa Unified School District and the Newport-Mesa Federation of Teachers, 2020-2021. Assistant Superintendent Olson, would you like to set the stage, report?
Yes,
Did you close the hearing?
Oh, sorry. I closed the hearing. Thank you.
Very good. Very good then. Thank you, President Floor, Vice President Yelsey, Board Trustees, Superintendent Lee-Sung. Yes, yes, I would be delighted to talk to this item because it is great pleasure that we're bringing forward tonight the tentative agreement with NMFT. I first want to thank both negotiating teams. We have on for NMFT, Tamara Fairbanks, President Sarah Otwater, Timothy McFadden, Jamie Roth, and Nicholas Dix, their chief negotiator and executive director. On the NMUSD team, we have Kirk Bauermeister, Megan Brown, Mike Shaka, Kurt Sir, and Spencer Covert, and I serve as the chief negotiator. And I am so pleased and with this agreement. It was a lot of hard work and deep discussion, hard discussions with the teams. We went well into the night on a couple of evenings to reach an agreement, and because both teams were very interested and had common interests to not only open and distance learning, but also to close out the collective bargaining agreement, so the contract portions of negotiations for 2021. So what is before you today is the product that came out of those discussions. And highlighted, I just want to say, and I want to thank the district for, and the work of the JBT, which I've spoke to earlier in previous meetings, that through their work, our health and welfare employee contribution rates remain the same as they were in the 2019-20 school year. And so that is reflected in this agreement. There's a 1% one-time off-schedule payment to our teachers. There's a $500 stipend to assist with some of the distance learning and connecting with the district and their students. For teachers, prorated for part-time. Our teachers agreed to return one day early so that we can then we added in an extra PD day in that first week before our students came back. And so it was hard work, but the result was very, very positive. And so I ask that the board approve the tentative agreement with NMFT. And thank you to both teams.
Terrific. May I have a motion, please? There are no questions.
Move to approve the tentative agreement between the Newport-Mesa Unified School District and the Newport-Mesa Federation of Teachers, 2020-2021.
Okay, and a second? Second. Okay, it's been moved by Trustee Yelsey and seconded by Trustee Anderson to approve the tentative agreement between the Newport-Mesa Unified School District and the Newport-Mesa Federation of Teachers for 2020-2021. Roll call, please.
It just said that Rosie logged off. I wonder if something happened really quickly.
Okay, so I'll call roll. Or Trustee Superintendent Lee Sung, you're the secretary, so I'll give it to you.
Okay, I will do roll call. Trustee Floor?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey?
Yes.
Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Bartow?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snell?
Yes.
And Trustee Matoye?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a couple of things. One is I only have a really tiny little screen to find the panelists, and so I inadvertently did not see, because it's done by alphabetical order, I did not see Bailey Bogart's hand up, and so I apologize, and so I'm going to call on Bailey. She wanted to make a comment on a prior item, so I'm going to give her the floor here.
Thank you. I just really quickly wanted to thank you for acknowledging Suicide Prevention Month. That's big for me personally and big for a lot of students on campus. So thank you for using the platform to also bring awareness to that and providing links and help for students, parents, and teachers during this time. So thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. And now we will move to the action items that we pulled from the consent. We'll start with item 14A1. Mr. Lee Sung.
Okay, thank you. So I want to give Mr. Holcomb an opportunity to talk maybe about both items 14A1 and 14A2. I'll give him the ability to kind of toggle between the two of them, but of course, when this is considered by the board, you would have to take action on each item separately. So Mr. Holcomb.
Thank you, Superintendent Lee Sung, board members. Yes, items 14A1 and 14A2 are ratifications of consulting contracts that we have specifically engaged to assist us in preparing to welcome students back to our campuses. This summer, as our district team was preparing for the return of students and teachers to classrooms, we were watching all of the guidance that was coming from the various governmental agencies, and we were looking at our existing operations and systems for the implications of those. And as I'm sure you're all quite aware from personal experience at home, and it's even more complicated in a large school building, heating, ventilating, and air conditioning systems are very complicated systems that are highly engineered. And so our team, as they were looking at all of that and wanting to make absolutely certain that we met or exceeded all of the guidelines that were being given, looked to a mechanical engineer who has expertise in this, and that's Leaf Engineers, item 14A.1, as well as being supplemented by an industrial hygienist from Health Science Associates, which is 14A.2. For those who aren't familiar, which most people wouldn't be, with what those two do, mechanical engineers design HVAC systems, and industrial hygienists are all about indoor air quality. So the two of them together worked with Mr. Bidnick and his team to review all of our processes, to put in place enhancements to our ventilation systems and our ventilation processes, and enhancements to our filtration systems so that we could be prepared to welcome teachers and students back with absolute confidence. So it was a team effort, both from our existing in-house staff who worked very hard on this, as well as having expert advice from these two firms. Because we had to do this quickly, I signed these two contracts so we could get them on board, and we've now brought them to you this evening to ratify these two contracts for the services that they provided to us.
Any questions, members?
Sounds like a good idea.
Anybody else? We have gotten, as Superintendent Lee Sung mentioned, we did get a couple of comments regarding MERV 8, MERV 9A, MERV 13, filtration. Could you go a little bit further into what we are doing? Just to reiterate what Superintendent Lee Sung said at the beginning. I think it's, twice is better than once.
Sure, sure. Isn't it amazing how because of this pandemic, more people know the term MERV now than you would have ever imagined 6 or 8 months ago. MERV is a rating for the filtration level of a particular filter. So as the MERV rating goes up, the sizes of the particles that are being filtered decreases. So our systems, we are upgrading all of our filters to the level that will maximize each one of our individual school sites. Every system is a little bit different. That's one of the reasons why we asked Leaf Engineers to assist us with optimizing those on a site-by-site basis. But basically, that's what this is all about, is looking at each one of the systems and optimizing the filtration system for each one of those. You're muted, Mrs. Fleur.
Yes, thank you so much. Could you also address one of the concerns and one of the comments addressed the concern about Estancia High School being enclosed? I know we have two other schools, we have at least one other school that is enclosed, and that's Anderson Elementary. And then in some respects, all of our high schools have some sort of enclosure, each of their wings. And so could you elaborate on those systems?
Sure. Well, the mechanical engineer would tell you that as we, through the decades, have started to add air conditioning to buildings, starting back in the mid and early 20th century, we continue to take more and more control of the indoor air environment. And so as these systems are designed, they are designed to maximally protect and provide for the conditions of the occupants. So whether a building has windows or doesn't have windows, the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system is designed to provide ventilation to the occupants as if the building had been designed back when it did have windows. But the other thing that has been added as we have added air conditioning and HVAC systems is more filtration. Whereas if a window is open and it's a high pollen day, someone who is susceptible to allergies from pollen with a system that is more encapsulated, such as this, all of the both indoor air and outdoor air that is part of the system is run through filters so that those types of particles such as pollens are captured by filters. So in fact, as buildings continue to be designed with high quality HVAC systems, engineers continue to control them, the interior environment more and more with each advance as time goes on.
Great, thank you. Trustee Barto.
Yes, I just wanted to say I'm glad we're doing this because you know, COVID's not going to be forever, hopefully. And then in a year or so, when we're out of all of this, the fire season, like we're seeing now, has really impacted the air. I am looking forward to the short-term investment, but also the long-term benefit of what this will do for our classrooms, because smoke and pollen and things like that are things we'll see for at least into the future for several years to come. So I'm glad that we're doing this, and I am glad that it's going to serve a purpose beyond just our immediate needs.
Great, thank you. And my understanding is, CFO Holcomb, that you will also have some of these reports, some of these this information on your website in terms of if they want further information, they can go to your website.
As we've been working with the consultants to prepare some generalized information, and we're finalizing that information now. I expect that will be available in the near future.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, I just have a question, well, a comment. So we can be assured that whether it's a MERV 13 or a MERV 9A, that they are all within the guidelines of what is expected for to provide a healthy environment for students and staff.
Yes, that's correct.
Trustee Snell, I actually was going to chime in with exactly.
Okay, good.
Because I have the guidance, the state guidance right here in front of me. As you know, I've been living this every day. So this section here on ventilation states this in the state guidance, is that it says consider upgrading the building's air filters to the highest efficiency possible, and making other modifications to increase the quantity of outside air and ventilation in classroom, offices, and other spaces. So what Mr. Holcomb has talked about making sure that we do have the highest quality filters for that system that's possible, has been and will be done at all of our systems. And they're all designed, as you know, to make sure that there is ventilation, again, according to the design of the equipment. And that's really important for everybody to know that we are meeting the guidelines. So thank you for asking that question.
Thank you so much. Okay, so
I'm sorry, one more thing.
Sure.
I was also interested to learn recently that our CO2 exchange was well above, over twice above what is recommended. So in other words, the air will be recirculated 13 times per hour, which is well above what is,
Yeah,
as long as we're in the weeds, I'm going to go there.
Yeah.
That's good for you.
And I'd like Mr. Holcomb to make it also clear of when the systems turn on and how rooms are ventilated prior to occupancy, that as well. Mr. Holcomb.
Yes, Superintendent Lee Sung. One of the things that we'll be doing is operating the systems consistently well ahead of the return for whenever they've been off for a period of time, we'll run them for as much as a week ahead of occupancy of a particular area that hasn't been occupied. But then with regard to when students and staff are present, the standard guidance is to operate them for an hour prior to occupancy. We're planning to operate them 2 hours prior to and after occupancy, so that all of the air in the space has been changed both before folks arrive and then after they leave. And so that's, and I'm sorry, I think there was another part to your question that I'm sorry skipped my mind.
And the CO2 levels.
Oh, the air changes. It's actually air changes, how often the air is changed. There are some things out there, of course, everybody uses the internet to learn more about these things. And the basic answer to that question is that there are some standards out there that are something like 5 air changes per hour, and our systems in general all provide more than double that number of air changes per hour, which is providing new air, filtered air and external air into the space.
Boy, we are learning a lot about lots of little minor things. It's like, oh my goodness, because now we have to think about the filters in our own homes and such. So, okay, so any further, oh, we've got more questions now. Trustee Anderson and then Trustee Barto.
Thank you. I was going to ask one of the questions that Trustee Barto brought up, so I'll ask my other one. I know that you had explained a bit about the bathrooms to us privately. I know our bathrooms don't have a lot of ventilation. Can you speak to what is being done for the bathrooms, please?
So the bathrooms have ventilation that's actually required by the code that's consistent when they're occupied. So bathrooms are always constantly being ventilated as a requirement of the codes.
Okay, I guess I'm thinking particularly of some of our portables. I have been near some of those, and I just want to make sure that I know, for instance, we have a bathroom that's a portable that's mainly for staff on one of our campuses, elementary campuses. How are we addressing that?
I have to admit, Ms. Anderson, I'm not that familiar with our portable bathrooms and the systems associated with them, because I believe I don't know all of our facilities on all of our campuses, but I believe most of them are all new enough that that I have little doubt that they also meet these code requirements. But that's certainly something that I can ask Mr. Bidnick to take an inventory of and get back to me.
Thank you. Yeah, the one that is off my head is College Park Elementary. They had flooding issues before. So I had several parents that actually showed me where there was flooding, and then a teacher confirmed that. So if you could look at College Park where the teachers are supposed to use the restroom specifically, but I think there are a few other where the teachers aren't using the site is inportable, and I'm concerned about the ventilation. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Trustee Barto.
We were talking about improvements and things getting newer, and it jogged my memory. One question we got way back at the beginning from a lot of people and still kind of throughout has been how we're adapting our older HVAC units. Can you speak to how the improvements that we're making will affect the older HVACs on campus? Because we have several that are new and we have several that are very, very old. And we haven't discussed those as much, at least in a while.
Well, that's in fact why we involved the mechanical engineer and the indoor air quality consultant, because as you know, we have dozens of campuses and each one of them is somewhat unique. And we wanted to make sure that we understood how to make sure that we met the requirements and the guidelines at each one of those specific facilities. So in fact, the answer at each location is somewhat unique to that location. And that's what the mechanical engineer has worked on, is to work with Mr. Bidnick to make sure that we have a specific plan for each system that will put us in a place of at least meeting the guidelines or exceeding the guidelines has been our goal wherever possible.
Thank you. Okay, so on items 14A1, I need a motion, and 14A2, I need a motion.
I move that we approve items 14A1 and 14A2.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Black. So it's been moved by Trustee Metoyer and seconded by Trustee Black to approve the renewal of ratify the agreement with Leaf Engineers Inc. for mechanical engineering services and ratify agreement with L Science Associates Inc. for indoor air quality. Roll call, please.
Student Board Member Bailey Bogard?
Yes.
Trustee Floor?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsing?
Yes.
Trustee Block?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snell?
Yes.
Trustee Metoyer?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. We're now on to item 14A5, which Trustee Anderson pulled, which is approved change order number 2 with PCN3 Inc. for Aquatic Center increment 2 at Estancia High School. I'm assuming that that's going to Ms. Arinsky, who's handling that one. You're on mute, Superintendent.
What's the question?
I was going to ask my question. So I was wondering about the timeline for this item. I see that it's the last change order for the Aquatic Center in Estancia. In reading through the notes on it, there's just some interesting things that I would have thought would have come up during the first walkthrough. Like the girls' team room has always had one door since it was built. How did that not come up earlier in the plans? And then also it looked like there was some damage that was incurred by the contractor. Why are we paying for that? There are several items that were on there that struck me as a little bit interesting. So I just was wondering if you could walk through some of that, please.
Mrs. Arasny, are you available to answer some of Trustee Anderson's questions.
Another one was the ceiling height. Like those were things that I would think would have been assessed when the project was first done. So
it is important, especially with respect to this project, Trustee Anderson, to understand that as the pool project, we evaluated the project to bring it back into budget. We were able to successfully get the pool for significantly less than what the bids were in the prior design. One of the things that the board committed to do at the time, which was very late in the project process, was to add additional scope where other schools did not have team rooms remodeled and shade structures completed until many years afterwards. This board, in response to the community at Estancia and the school, said, let's fund the entire project now. So there was a significant rush put on this second component, which was all of the added work. So the design was completed very, very quickly, which puts a real challenge on the design professionals. And yet, even with the most time there is, it's important to remember that architectural design and engineering is a very, very complicated business, and that architects are held to a standard of, it's called a professional standard of care with regard to their work. And that results in relatively low amounts of change orders. And this project has had a relatively low amount of change orders. They are not expected to absolutely notice everything. In fact, sometimes the conditions are such that it's not possible for them to see everything. And it would cost far too much in professional fees to try to hold them to that standard. They would have to make so many site visits and do so much more work that it just isn't a good return on investment to hold folks to a standard of perfection. But with regard to the specific items that you mentioned, Ms. Zaresny, are you available?
Yes. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for allowing me to respond to these items. So the first item that I heard you mention was the girls' basketball team room. And so this is not just the existing team room. We've reconfigured spaces. And so actually on a job walk, as we were walking through, I noticed that there should be an additional door for ease of access to the locker room. So prior, where the girls basketball team room was in the small gym, so it was its own independent space. We recaptured some of the square footage in the existing locker rooms, so it was an entirely new space. So we added a secondary door for easy access to the restrooms and the locker areas within the new space. So it was just one of those things. It already had a door, but there was a better or more appropriate place for it. So we made that modification once we were in construction. And then I heard you mention the ceiling height elevations. And so if you think about it, when you're moving walls in an existing building, just imagine you have a vaulted ceiling in one of your rooms, and then in the other room you have a lower ceiling, but you want to expand your kitchen. So there's two different ceiling heights. And so we had to adjust a particular area to meet the ceiling height of the adjacent space. And so the architect just hadn't coordinated that entirely. So it was additional work for the contractor. And so we get those costs and we negotiate those costs to best reflect the true work that needs to occur. And then you talked about also, I believe, just the completion date. And so the original contract completion date was May 30th. With the additional work that we had conducted, we had some time extensions. And so, of course, with the COVID situation, that kind of threw everything out the door. And so what that allowed us to do was get our work done that we needed to get done with the contractors that were on board. And then what we did in addition to just the bid contract work is we worked with the school site to look at some of the adjacent areas, such as the coaches' offices that are immediately adjacent or attached to the locker rooms. And so we were able to work with maintenance to fund some additional work for improvements in those areas. So as it relates to the pool, which was increment 1, we had students in the water while we were still in school. And then COVID hit, and that kind of readjusted everything, which gave us opportunities to do a little bit more work. So the completion date on this particular project isn't the most crucial item as far as contract completion and having the contract out of there, because we were able to do some additional enhancements.
Thank
And
you.
then-
Yeah, the date wasn't my concern at all. I know that COVID happened. My concern is this item that says there's unforeseen issue resulting due to the contractor cutting into bars that were supposed to stay intact. So I was wondering why we were charged for an item that the contractor made an error on.
So the original, so this is a modernization. So the architect takes the original construction projects or the as-built when that project was completed, and they make an assumption and do a design based on what they believe was originally installed. In this particular instance, we believe that there were 2 sets of rebar holding the concrete sections together. So the contractor was authorized to cut a particular section only to find out that the secondary rebar wasn't there. And so it was a conflict in the as-built documents of the original building and then what they used in as assumption for design. And so we actually had to take that discrepancy back to DSA. DSA said, this is how you fix it. And so at no fault of the contractor, they had to do additional work. And of course, all of that took time because we had to resubmit to DSA for DSA to approve our proposed amendment or correction.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, I guess for me, when I'm reading through all of these, and granted construction is not my background, but you know, when I see things that to me, like I use the Estancia small gym, like these are issues that I could have told you that the ceilings were a little wonky. There was only one door. I mean, some of that has not changed. And so it's just, I would like to see those things come out in the initial process, not on the back end. Like that to me is stuff that should be dealt with initially. So thank you for clarifying all that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I think all of us who have gone through homeowner remodels and stuff, there's always things that are hidden in the walls that you don't know about until you hit that problem. And then I think that's exactly what's happened. It's like when we were doing Measure A, when we did the air conditioning, not the air conditioning, but just the Measure A improvements, and all of a sudden we hit Harbor View, and Harbor View, there was tons of issues with Harbor View that we had no idea until we opened it up and had to make some adjustments. That's basically why Newport L was the last, is because we knew that was probably going to be the most difficult school to deal with. So I appreciate all of that. I guess the bottom line is for me, Ara and Mr. Holcomb, where do we stand in terms of, I'm seeing the budget for the project. Could you explain the first page of that where it has the budgeted amount? I see we had $67,000 worth of credits. Could you tell us how far off we are on the budget?
So it specifically related to this change order, this is just associated with this bid. So I would be happy to do a report on total project cost, but this particular change order is only for the contractor who bid increment 2. So we had an initial contract with its own set of change orders, and then we had increment 2, which was really the building modification and some other site areas that this reflects. And so if you're looking at this particular change order, I'm trying to open this back up. Our original bid amount was the 1.379, So $1,379,000. And then we had, prior to this change order that you're approving tonight, which is the final change order, we had $52,810 approved by you. And this final change order is for an additional $15,568, bringing us to the 1.447. And so
Yes, I think as Ada is about to say, I'm sorry, I'm concerned for your time too. We're trying to be very thorough, but I think the answer to your question, Trustee Fleur, is we have contingencies for all projects built into the budget that are pretty consistent, and this is well below the contingencies that we normally carry in a budget.
That's all I wanted to know. So
Sorry.
we are within budget, including the contingencies. We're well below that.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Okay, I have two more hands, Trustee Yelsey and then Trustee Black.
Actually, if Mrs. Black has a comment, I was just going to make a motion to approve it.
Yeah, I was going to say move also, so I'll second the motion for approving 14A5.
Okay, so it's been moved by Trustee Yelsey and seconded by Trustee Black. Oh, let me go get back to the motion, the actual motion. Approve the change order number 2 with PCN3 Inc. for Aquatic Center Increment 2 at Estancia High School. Roll call, please.
Student Board Member Bailey Bogart?
Yes.
Trustee Fleur?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey?
Yes.
Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snell?
Yes.
Trustee Metoyer?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so now we're moving on to 14B9 at the request of Trustee Anderson. It is approved the Lexia Learning Systems renewal for the 2020-21 school year. Trustee Anderson, would you like to ask your question?
Sure. First of all, thank you for putting Lexia and expanding the licenses. I think several of you know that it is important to me, and I continued, particularly since school has started, to hear from teachers, a lot of second grade teachers that say how important Lexia is to their classrooms. And so thank you for putting this on. My question is around the licenses. I saw there were 3 unlimited licenses for Mariners Elementary, Woodland, and College Park. And it looks like it's $30 a student, and it was for $3,000. So it seems to me that it would make sense if there's an elementary school that has over 100 students, it would be worth it for us to do this. So I'm wondering, particularly in light of we have some of the rollover Title I funds, if there's any way that we can have the unlimited amount used, the unlimited license used for some of our Title I schools. I know that's not on the agenda for today, but that's one of my questions. And then I thought it was interesting too, because as I continue to hear from teachers over and over how often they use it, that was validated by what it said in the background that every school except Pomona decided that they wanted it. So I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can open it up to unlimited going forward. Or was that considered and decided against, or what was that process, please?
So a couple of things that first and foremost, that 4 years ago we committed to Wonders, the McGraw-Hill Wonders program as our core reading program, ELA, ELD program for every kid in our district, for every student in our elementary schools in our district. And so that tier 1 focus has been our focus. As in any adoption, sites have an opportunity to, when they find the time and the need for their student population, to supplement that. And so Lexia is that for some sites when they make that decision. So if a site decides to go unlimited licenses, that's their decision, and that's, I will double check, but that's $9,000 per site, not for 3 sites. As is an individual license is $30 per student. I'll have to double check that for you, but I believe that that's the cost. So sites make up those decisions on whether or not they want to go unlimited based off of their population, or if they only need a certain number of supplemental licenses like Lexia to support their students.
Mr. And we have Brittany, she's got a comment also, but I was going to ask a question. Is in the past, we funded it, it came out of district funds, and how is it funded now?
It is funded by sites at this point. We've made that a site decision to support their reading program, the Wonders program, if that is needed. I believe this is the second year that we've done that. I don't know, Dr. Sir, if you know, is this our second year or first year that we've had sites support the supplemental support of Lexia?
This is our first year, and last year it was split. Just to build off of some of the inquiry, if you will, Assistant Superintendent Drake, you are correct that the unlimited license is $9,000, and schools have to make a decision in regards to how many licenses do they really plan on using. One example would be at Victoria School, we have 116 licenses being used. It is $30 per license, and the total cost for Victoria is $3,480. So the need at Victoria is roughly a little over 100 students to use it. So the school doesn't have an interest in going beyond that. So purchasing an unlimited license of $9,000 wouldn't align with the needs of the site. It really is a site-specific piece in regards to what extent do sites want to use it for kindergarten, for first grade, second grade. If you look at the total picture, we're serving about 5,500 students total if you combine the individual license and the unlimited. And that's about half of our students, a little over half in elementary. And that primary use sits down at the primary grades.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you are correct. I misread that it's 9. My concern is for schools that don't have site-based foundations or a lot of money coming in. Victoria is one of our smaller enrolled elementary schools, so that makes sense. They don't need unlimited. But for some of our others, you know, it's concerning that maybe Pomona didn't choose to have any part of it because they don't want to use their site money for this, whereas we have district funds. So trying to figure out if they're deciding not to use it because they don't want to pay for it at the site or because they don't want to use it overall, like that's the question that still kind of remains for me.
Yeah, so a site like Pomona has made a decision to use some of their funds for people and for additional people to come in and support reading and mathematics at their site. So again, back to what Dr. Sir said, there are site decisions that are made. And so that was a conscious decision that they made, and I supported at Pomona.
So Kurt, explain the process like you did. I'm a little sort of not confused, but I just need to understand the process. So taking Victoria as the example, so they decided they surveyed their number of kiddos in the primary, the K2 area, and decided that they had 114 kids that they would want to they wanted targeted instruction through Lexia. Is that basically how it works?
I don't know if they actually did a survey, but with the number of years of use of Lexia, you start to figure out to what extent is it being utilized, and are we taking full advantage of the licenses that are on the campus. So as we've used it over the years, some sites have used it tremendously. Other sites have been more methodical and have not taken advantage of the full use of the program. So I'd have to talk to Principal Peralta, but I would make the assumption that after years of use of Lexia, that number of 116 is something they really took some time to think about and make sure that those students that are using it are using it to its fullest and actually monitoring it, which is another piece to the puzzle. It's not one of those software programs that you can just kind of run on autopilot, if you will. It takes teacher monitoring, and without monitoring, students can practice the program imperfectly over and over and over. So you really need to be monitoring it. So it doesn't surprise me that some of our sites have a more reduced number and are really serving the students that they can target and get benefit out of it, and making sure that we're not having students practice imperfectly on the program.
So that assumption is also could be carried over to all the different schools, that all of the schools that are electing to do it, that they were kind of systematic, and other than the 3 schools that are listed, which, you know, I know Marinus has used it, you know, religiously across, but the other schools, Woodland and College Park, they decided to do it because they felt that that's what they wanted to do, correct?
That's correct. I think it's a fair assumption.
Okay, great, thank
Yeah.
you. We have several questions, and so let me, Ashley, Trustee Anderson, let me get to the questions, and then we'll get back to you. I have 3 hands up. We have Brittany, student board member Brittany from, I always forget how to pronounce, Ebergeni, I hope.
It's Ebergeni.
Ebergeni, okay.
I just wanted to talk about and mention what Ms. Anderson said. I personally have a little niece and a little brother that are in the kindergarten and 3rd grade, and I know personally how much Lexia has impacted them. Like, they use it on a daily basis, and I really see the impact of that program. I feel like that's one of the few things, especially right now in the pandemic, that I know the teachers at Wilson are really taking advantage of. And in terms of what Mr. I think it's pronounced Sir said, I know for my niece, the teachers are constantly like making sure and like trying to, I guess, encourage the students to take Lexia every day and saying like, oh, good job, you know, you're doing it. So I definitely see the impact, and I thank you for like implementing the system, because I see it in my family and in my community.
Great, thank you. Trustee Metoyer.
Well, at first I was going to move to approve this, but if there's other people after me, apparently that would be a little fast. But as a person who was a principal who had Lexia on their campus, you don't need one membership for every child, because they don't all use it at the same time, and that's what you're doing. But my question for the district is, if a school and the teaching staff at that school really, really wanted it, and they were having trouble with their budget because they don't have a foundation to pay for it, they would ask the district and we would help them. Am I correct, Mr. Drake?
You are correct, but I do want to go back to what Dr. Sir said. This is not a plug and play program.
No.
This program
not
can
at all.
actually, if it is not highly monitored, can actually be detrimental. So
Absolutely.
before we would commit to that, we would make sure that we, number one, we're only committing to the need for that school, and that we had a commitment both from the site principal and the teachers that it was going to be used as designed and as researched to be effective.
And monitored and adjusted, because
which is monitored
trained
on a daily basis to make sure
Yes.
that those students aren't practicing imperfectly. It is not a sit down and just read program.
It is absolutely not. It is specific, and it should be targeted. But a site could use real people and have that. So it's a site decision, not a board decision, and we're not mandating that a school use it if that's not what they want to do for their best practices, correct?
That's correct. That's
okay,
correct.
Mrs. Fleur, do we have more?
I have Trustee Barto, and then Trustee Anderson wants to finish up.
Okay.
I just have a quick question. Because I hear things from teachers and it's not always the site. Is there a way to like put that out there, I guess? Because I see that at different schools where they'll have apps that the school wants to use and they don't want to use their funds, but maybe they really need it, especially with so much virtual. Is there a way
if they have funds, they should use their funds.
No, I know, but they are choosing to use their funds for other things that they also feel that they need. You know, it's not like they're, like you were saying, trouble with their budget for specific things. I just want to make sure that we are really supporting our schools and our principals and saying, you know, if you have something you really feel would add to the quality of your distance learning at your school, you know, speak up, basically. Now's the time, because I don't feel like that's the message that we're sending when I speak with individual school sites, and I hear a lot of it, mostly from teachers saying, oh, I really wish we had this program. I feel like it would be so much better for our students. So, you know, just from the trenches, this is what I'm hearing, and I just want to make sure that we are offering that to our people and they know that.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with, particularly because we don't have the on-site, and hopefully, you know, we will be back, but particularly for this year, I think that it's really important, and I continue to hear from teachers that they are told at their school site that it's very expensive and that they do not have the funds for it. For the schools specifically that do not have large foundations. I know that several of the foundations pay for Lexia, or PTAs do. And so the schools that do not have that, my concern is that they're not getting something that they could use as secondary. I know it is not the core curriculum, Mr. Drake, but it is very important for a lot of our students. And so that's why whenever it comes up, I bring it up, because I hear over and over and over again from teachers that to them it's critical, especially during this time, and from students who get a lot out of it. So I'm glad to see that it's expanded on this agenda. I just wanted to call out and ask, perhaps if we have rollover funds from Title I, this could be a good use for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Anderson. Just a quick update on that. Our understanding is that we do use general funds and Title I funds to pay for all of Lexia, and I'd be happy to confirm that just to make certain that that's the case, but that's our understanding.
I think it would behoove us, because we know that each of the Title I schools has a site, a council, you know, what we call a site council, that's made up of both teachers, community members that are voted on. Perhaps Superintendent Lee-Sung, we can have a conversation, a study session, or just a report on how funds, what's the process by which a school makes the decisions on what to use and what not to use. I think that's where the confusion is. We believe in most of us are all been on the board for a long time, where we have done site-based decision. And we allow the parents, actually the teachers and the schools to do that analysis, what best meets their community, and they bring it to the district and say, this is what we want to do with our funds that we receive. And so perhaps we need a little bit of decision making 101.
The opportunity at some point to have a deeper conversation about how resources are allocated, but more importantly, how we make sure that we focus on the valuable time that we have our students focused on the most important aspects of instruction with the appropriate core as well as the appropriate supplements. And so, that is a great discussion. It's instructional. We welcome that. So, but we are getting late tonight, and we have another really big item, and but we would welcome that discussion.
That works. Perfect. Okay, so may I have a motion to approve item number 14N B9, which is to approve the Lexia Learning Systems renewal for the 2021 school year.
So moved.
Trustee McCoy moved. Trustee Anderson seconded. Roll call, please.
Student Board Member Bailey Bogard?
Yes.
Trustee Floor?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey?
Yes.
Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snell?
Yes.
Trustee Metoyer?
Yes.
Okay, we're moving on to item 17. I think it's just 17A, correct? Or are we doing 17 and then opening it up and then closing it down? Tell me what, because this is different. You know, so I'll just
It's one item. It's one item, 17A, which is the public hearing for the learning continuity and attendance plan.
Okay, it's opened.
All right, there you go.
All right.
So,
can I ask a point of order, Mr. Lee-Sung? We would like to share a little information about that.
Absolutely.
Is it public?
Yeah.
Public comment.
So
first?
if we could do the presentation first, and then open up for any public comments, which I understand we have no public comments on this. So we'll do the presentation, officially open the public hearing, and then move on. No action on.
I just want to remind everybody, this is not a time for, we are not taking action on this.
Correct.
So what's the appropriate time for board members to make comments? Do we wait until it gets on the agenda at the next meeting, or do you want comments now?
Yeah, no,
Because this is public. This is for public.
Definitely opportunity when Vanessa presents this information for questions and comments. And then it will be taken or brought back to the board later on this month for consideration for approval.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I will turn it over to Mr. Drake.
Thank you, Mr. Lee-Sung, President Fleur, board members, executive cabinet, and public. So as we all know, in March of last year, our world changed quite drastically, and so therefore also our plans changed in how we were going to deliver instruction. And so part of our responsibility as a result of that was kind of, I'm going to say a little bit after the math, but and Ms. Gailey will share more with this. We had to account for those changes and how and why we made some specific changes. And that's what this learning continuity plan is. And thankfully, we have a Vanessa Gailey in our district to really lead us through that process of collaboratively writing this plan and presenting it to the public this evening for some input. So Ms. Gailey, I'm going to turn it on over to you to walk us through.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Drake. And President Fleur, trustees, members of the cabinet, superintendent, members of the public, I'm pleased to bring this plan before you, which is posted to our website for our public to review, and to share some of the highlights from it and share some of the ways that it is very different from the local control and accountability plan, and just kind of walk you through it so that you know this next plan that's before you this evening. So I'm going to go ahead and share some slides. So this first slide highlights that this is the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, or something called the Learning Continuity Plan. The acronym that's being thrown around for this is LCP. It's unfortunate that the state chose the very same letters of an acronym for the Local Control and Accountability Plan, but I want to point out that these are two very different plans. The Local Control and Accountability Plan is a 3-year plan. It also includes an annual update, and it includes a lot of information around metrics and targets and goals that for right now has been put on hold. That planning document has been put on hold. And in the place of it comes the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, or Learning Continuity Plan, LCP. And that is really designed for us to focus on the situation at hand, how it is so very different from the Local Control and Accountability Plan that we were intending to provide. So I do want to take a moment to thank John Drake and Sarah Jockum, our two assistant superintendents, for really leading us through this process of change and bringing our divisions even closer together than they were before. This was a very collaborative effort between education services and student services to really try and bring together the components of this required plan. So you see little asterisks next to the things that are the same in the LCAP, and then you see all of these new things that are different. So we still provide general information and we still provide stakeholder engagement, but then we talk about the situation at hand, which is about how we provide continuity of learning, whether we are 100% face-to-face, hybrid, level 2, or whether we're completely distance learning, and how we can try and ensure a continuous educational program, whether we are in distance or whether we are together. And we do that through explaining how we provide access to devices and connectivity, how we monitor pupil participation and progress, how we have a hand in our professional development, and we really look at the needs of our staff as they adapt to the situation, as well as looking at the students with unique needs. And in that, we recognize that learning is not the same as it was when we were all face-to-face, when we were, as that comment mentioned about little kids being in the classroom and playing together and having these collaborative conversations side by side. And right now, our reality is different. And so we're trying to adjust and say, how are we trying to address learning loss while also looking at how are these being effective models. And in addition to that, we're not only paying attention to academics, we were already moving a lot of our focus and resources toward the mental health of our students and our staff, and thinking about social and emotional well-being and social emotional learning. And of course, we've always been trying to improve our family engagement and outreach. And so we talk about how we do that in these difficult and challenging times. You'll also notice at the very end, this asterisk. There is an essay at the very end of the LCAP, our original LCAP, 300 pages long. There is an essay back there, and so we do have the same essay, even though this is a different plan. So we still want to acknowledge that the regular things that we were already doing with our self-imposed local control funding formula dollars, we're still doing those things. Many of those things are still in place. It's just that those people and those processes that we had put in place are being done from afar. So the section that we have on stakeholder input is designed to say, how did you reach out to folks? And then what were some of the impacts on the plan? And if you go through our written plan, what you'll see is a lot of very specific commentary and some summary about how that impacted the scope of our plan. But what we want to acknowledge is that this plan was not created in a vacuum, that it was coming on the heels of thought exchange surveys leading into the summer as we were trying to plan already for what's to occur now. And also to note that we didn't even have the template for this plan at that time, but we knew we needed to be planning for the next phase in reopening. So we had thought exchange, we did virtual presentations in the summertime because of course we are limited to Zoom. And so we worked with elementary and secondary administrators to get that site perspective. We worked with our district English learner advisory, all of our parent advisories, Harbor Council PTA, our community advisory committee that represents our special education population. We worked with our bargaining, and we did that via Zoom meetings, either in morning or afternoon. We outreached in email, phone call, text message, personal phone calls from our school community facilitators to try and make sure that our stakeholders knew we were having these meetings and we wanted their input. So we did that all in August. And additionally, we wanted to make sure we did that before school opened. We wanted to try and get all of their ideas before we were moving toward an opening plan and in the midst of trying to also manage the opening plan. So the plan focuses on a couple of things, which is about how do we emphasize in-person instruction whenever possible, and how do we fluidly move between distance learning if we must. So I want to point out that this does not have every detail, but we have other plans that provide additional detail and additional graphics that I think are really great to look at and probably easier to understand in some cases than the bullets in this plan. So we have a school reopening plan that has been adjusted, and we want to acknowledge that there are details there that are also complementary to this plan. So I do think that they're sort of a brother and sister companion document, and I want to point out that that is available to our public. So we prioritize levels 1 and 2. We want to get to a place of normalcy, and we also want to get to a place of transition where we have our children face-to-face, but we also have some in the distance learning so that we can manage the number of students on our campuses. We also prioritize our special education students and try to provide them as much face-to-face interaction as possible, and to make sure that their families are included in their learning plans. And lastly, you'll see that we have a number of items that we've included around safety, around protocols, training, around planning at the site level, around having the staff available to support on the campuses, having signage that helps people understand where to go, having the health and safety supplies. So we have a lot of these pieces that are enumerated here. And then later in the plan, you do also see some of the costs associated with these actions. We also want to highlight that we prioritize all of our students, and then some students have additional need over and above them. So English learners and special education students are two groups that often we need to focus on. So we want to make sure that we're emphasizing for folks that we are still providing our core instruction, and English language development is part of our core. So that is prioritized in our scheduling, that is prioritized in how we're looking at our materials. And we want to make sure that we're providing tutorial as needed to our neediest students. We also want to make sure that we have monitoring processes in place and that our teams on our campuses know who's on point and that they're working together to keep an eye on our neediest students. Same thing with our foster youth and our homeless. They have very similar needs. And so you'll see, again, we have very similar supports for them. And really what it is similar supports, but maybe the makeup of the team supporting them or the frequency of the check-in is a little bit different. But we really are focused again on that social emotional aspect and not just the academics. And we're so blessed to have many people to do that. Counselors, behavior specialists, psychologists, social workers, social work interns, and of course our amazing site administrators, bringing all these folks together to keep a cohesive and caring eye on our neediest students. And then lastly, we wanted to acknowledge that we have disengaged and underengaged students who may not fit into a certain category. And so we are still looking at patterns of behavior and of participation to make sure that we're really just trying to do the best we can to keep our eye on our kids and know which teams need to be supportive. So in terms of the actions related to in-person instructional offerings, one of the things that Jeff Traeger mentioned is that in addition to the COVID money, the CARES funding that we have gotten in the district, we're also putting in additional funds. So the funding that is seen in this plan, on this page, this is some of our COVID funding. But later in the plan, you will see dollar amounts that do not necessarily reflect only COVID money. They are some of the supports that may come from our LCFF allocations, right? Our local control funding formula, where we've made purposeful decisions about having that staffing support these kind of activities. So in this case, though, with custodial supplies and health supplies, the additional custodial personnel, we were very thoughtful in looking to the funding sources and maximizing these one-time funds in a very meaningful way. So for the distance learning program, we also have to acknowledge, how do we try and provide that full curriculum of substantially similar quality? And really what we want to highlight here is we're trying to go deeper, not wider. We're trying to make meaningful connections with students and think about our pacing and think about the quantity and the quality. So we want to maximize what we're putting in front of the students and really allowing them to think and respond, giving them the time that they need with an intervention blocks, but also really thinking that we're focusing on grade level curriculum. We're not going to intervene down as much. We're going to try and lift them up to where they ought to be at grade level and challenge them at that level, and then intervene in more personal settings. So we really are trying to maintain that grade level exposure, but we also want to acknowledge that to provide this distance learning program and provide variety, we also incorporated a brand new school. So we introduced the Cloud Campus to provide an option for families and for students. So that's a complement to the distance learning that we're doing at our regular schools, which will be going back to hybrid. And then although we have platforms in existence, we continue to maintain and support those. And we rely on those much more heavily than we did in face-to-face, because that's how kids are turning in their work. And not only that, that's how the teachers are responding to it. So it really is critical that we're maintaining those systems. And now what we're going to do is ramp up our excellence in using those systems. We also want to point out we're offering the full core. We are working with our specialists at the elementary level, and we're trying to augment the core instruction with all that they bring to the table, whether it's in the asynchronous time or whether it's in synchronous time, but outside the time that the students are on campus. So we really do want to emphasize that we're offering those same opportunities in our schedules, and making sure that for our students with an IEP, we are supporting them with their accommodations and modifications, and their instructional aids are a full part of their educational experience now, fall, and moving forward. Last thing is we have to plan to transition between in-person and distance learning. And so one of the things that we heard loud and clear in the spring and through our input sessions is that commonality of expectations and having common instructional minutes and some components around staff planning and professional development. So we've worked really hard to have schedules that ensure a dedicated time for that professional development, and also that the systems are understandable and in a tiered fashion. So each school is up and running and learning about the tiers that they're using as they're moving along this learning continuum. And then we also heard from families and students that just plain office hours wasn't necessarily hitting everyone who needed it. So we're trying to rebrand that idea that really is about being invitational and meeting kids where they are, but also noticing that kids who need it don't often always choose to go. And so we have to be a little bit more assertive about our invitation and about what happens in that time. So you may hear it being called office hours, but we're also trying to brand it as more of it's a live online support for targeted kids, and we expect you to be part of these things. So we want to make sure that the kids who are needing it are feeling both invited and expected to attend. So again, we're planning for intervention, we're planning for that consistency. We're working hard to try and communicate as we move between levels and find the variety of means that families hear a message, right? Because we try and send it so many ways. And for every one person who loves to get a text message, the next person says, please call me. The next person says, please email. So we really do try and figure out what are the best ways that we can message without over communicating as well. So it's a very delicate balance, and we constantly try to address that. And then lastly, you probably noticed in the board agenda that there is a tiered stipend that is provided for both our classified and certificated staff. And that is meant to ensure that they can connect even in this time. And so if there are devices that they need that are beyond what is already being provided and continually refreshed, we wanted to make sure that they were supported. So that leads us into the access to devices and connectivity. And essentially what the public needs to know is that we were going through a very purposeful, methodical, phased-in approach to becoming one-to-one at key grade levels before March. We also had a belief that the littlest children did not need to be one-to-one because we really wanted them in the classrooms with the teachers. But all bets were off when all of our kids were no longer with us. And so we made a concerted effort to get devices into the hands of all of the children who needed them. And so now at this point, because this is the expectation, we've worked very, very hard to make sure that we have enough devices in our district. We are able to provide them to all of our students. We're staffing up on working on our staff themselves and making sure that they have the devices that can connect with the platforms they need. And then also we're working hard on the internet side, trying to make sure who knows about free resources, working on the hotspots, and continually taking feedback on new ideas about how we can continue to support not only a connection, but a strong internet connection. Because we do know that we have some students with a lot of kids in a house, and we want to make sure that we're accommodating all of them, because when it's synchronous time, we want them to be able to plug in. In terms of the pupil participation and progress, that really is about how are we checking on our kids' attendance? How are they attending to the time that we're with them? And then how are we communicating about that with our families? So we continue to use our regular systems with ARIES. Our teachers do take attendance. It was a different thing in the spring. Now we're making sure we know who's here and in what conditions. And then we're also looking at when they're in their asynchronous time, how are we capturing the time value of that? How are we ensuring that our kiddos are getting the full range of required instructional minutes, whether they're in a synchronous time, which is online with the teacher, or whether they're doing independent remote activities? That's still work that counts as their learning, and we want to make sure we're capturing that. So teachers are working hard to log that, and then to also look at what the students are doing within those platforms and making sure that they're doing the assigned work. And then also we consider when kids cannot connect because of connectivity issues, that's an excused absence. So we're also working hard on trying to figure out how do we communicate properly with families so that we understand what's happening if the kids are not able to connect. And of course, all of this hinges upon professional development, how we're continually working not only with our teachers, but all of our staff to connect in these times, whether it's live contacts and synchronous, or also then looking at later work asynchronously. So for our distance learning, we really do want to help our teachers understand how to maximize that time when they're with kids face-to-face and how to maximize the time when they're not. We're cognizant we don't want kids to get Zoom fatigue. And so we know we're not perfect yet, but we're always striving to get better and find that delicate balance of how much is enough and how much is too much and how much is not enough. So we really do want to deepen our understanding of how to intervene and how to have all of our staff work with our students, but also how to provide meaningful feedback in ways that kids can then parlay that into deeper and richer learning. So we really do want to make sure that we're engaging kids and we're capturing them where they're interested. And we've done that by adding an additional professional development day, trying to maximize the collaborative time our teachers have together so they're learning from one another, looking at student work and really making meaning of that. But then also leveraging what we're learning from our publishers about their recommendations in terms of pare down here, focus here, and taking some of those pieces of guidance to heart for our departments. And then I don't want to ignore the fact that we consistently want to encourage our best practices on behalf of our English learner students and make sure that we're constantly working to make things accessible for them, both whether in their designated English language development and through integrating English language development in every core academic subject. And then lastly, we haven't given up on some of the initiatives we had before we left the building. So restorative practices is incredibly important to us. Positive behavior and intervention systems is still incredibly important to us. And social emotional learning, again, incredibly important to us. And we will not let up on that, especially because we know those things are so important for our kids. Secondary gets the same training as elementary. So I'm going to move on for our students with unique needs, because we have planned a solid core of instruction, and that's really critical that our kids get access to that solid core. But then we ramp it up and we consistently look at how can we support our neediest students. With our English language learners, it really is about language and support for them to develop their language, which means not just reading and writing, but speaking and listening. And so how can we best do that in a way that is culturally responsive and hopefully is promoting not only bicultural growth, but by literate growth. So we really have worked hard to augment our tiered outreach and two-way communication, making sure that it's multilingual. We provide dollars at all of our school sites to access translation and interpretation services, whether it is through contract or whether it's through overtime. So, and we have an amazing cadre of individuals through our school community facilitators. They help us in so many ways. And so they do help us on behalf of our English learner families, our former English learner families, and they really connect with the community and also bring us back the concerns of a community so we can try and be there in the moment for them. With special education, we have planned for site pickups and delivery and trying to bring the material where the kids are, really looking at the students' attendance and looking at their case carriers, making sure that we're assessing students and really trying to, again, leverage our school community facilitators on the communication aspect and creating those inclusive opportunities. So we're looking at the who, we're looking at the how, we're looking at the what, and we're looking at the teams, again, of those caring individuals keeping an eye on our kids. Foster youth and homeless students have very similar extra supports as well. And it again goes down to the teams at the school sites who are closest to the action and monitoring them. And we really want to make sure that we're leveraging our relationships with the group homes and with the community resources, and that we're paying extra special care to whether the kids are connecting or not through devices. So we're making sure that we're prioritizing our kiddos who have the most need. And we're also making sure that we're working hard over the course of the year to develop training and understand trauma. And so the trauma-informed classroom over time will become even stronger so that we're recognizing our neediest kids and supporting them in meaningful ways. And then we do have we have a child welfare and attendance investigator who helps us with home visits and helps us after many attempts on behalf of the school. The school will refer and let us know it's time to go and see what's happening at home. So we can do that safely, and we can also do that through a process. The same thing for our students who are homeless. We prioritize them for connectivity. We prioritize them for monitoring. We prioritize them in a team effort. We make sure we do what we can to meet our kids where they are, whether it's with materials or whether it's with their social emotional support. And we look at the whole team of counselors, behavior specialists, psychologists, social worker intern, et cetera, looking at that whole scope of who can wrap around our neediest kids and make sure that we're checking in on them and supporting them when they're with us. So this is an example of some of the dollars that you see in the plan that are not all COVID money. So we did have to have professional development to launch the Cloud Campus. We launched the Cloud Campus itself. And while you see $13 million here for Cloud Campus, that is not all coming out of our COVID money. Because really our Cloud Campus is comprised a majority of teachers who already were in existence in our district. But they have moved from other sites to accommodate the need as students have moved from various classes and grade levels to the Cloud Campus. Now we have had some new hires, but we want to acknowledge that this is not necessarily new money, but this is an action and service directly related to distance learning and the situation that we have before us. Same thing with our digital platforms. This is not funded out of our COVID money. It was a pre-existing support, but now it's definitely something that we must maintain and augment throughout this time. And we want to again acknowledge that that's a component of our distance learning program. You'll also notice the curriculum for Florida Virtual, the Chromebooks. Recall that if you go back to our local control and accountability plan, we did have Chromebooks already in there, but not to this extent. So we have our locally funded Chromebook initiative, and then we are on top of that supporting it with additional COVID funds. We bought many more laptops for teachers right away rather than a sort of slower phased-in approach. We bought document cameras to accommodate that increased need. We bought hotspots in a way that we had not done before. So again, this sort of acknowledges all of those actions and services devoted to our distance learning program that we felt are necessary to try and provide high quality service. And again, you see the last thing is the tiered stipends to support our classified and certificated employees in their connectivity. As far as student learning loss goes, really what we're charged with doing is looking at how are our students doing, how are we monitoring them, and then also not over assessing our students. They do not need to be over assessed in this time. So again, we really are trying to strike a delicate balance in how do we know how students are doing, tracking them formatively, which means looking at their learning in the moment, looking at it more close to the action in the classroom, and then also thinking about the online support that we'll need to provide if the kids aren't getting it. That would be the former office hours. And then also we want to acknowledge we provided an elementary bridge program in the summer for our neediest students to try and give them a boost into the school year. And then we provided at the secondary level an incomplete academy to help students who received incompletes get across the finish line by completing their missing work and their unfinished learning. And part of that is wrapped up in the ongoing support of credit recovery that we offer at our high schools as students go from having the incomplete to perhaps unfortunately earning a no credit. So then we still want to give them that chance to have that learning completed. So at the elementary and secondary level, we also make sure that we're using our tools specifically in English language arts, English language development, and math. These are required prompts in the template. And we're not hanging our hat on large scale summative assessments if we're going to stress the students out. What we're hanging our hat on is the data that is closer to the learning. And that we are really trying to empower our teachers and teacher teams to look at their results together and make meaning of it so that they can respond in the moment and in the cycle that's closest to the student's learning. In terms of the mental health and the social and emotional well-being, we have a whole host of supports that we're providing for our students. And when you see the acronym SEL everywhere, you see the increased support that we're providing for social and emotional learning. And that is coming on the heels of our task force from pre-COVID, when we were really trying to augment our systems around the multiple tiers of support and thinking about universal ways that we can support. So we have a program called Ruler, and the students are learning with some common language about how to regulate their emotions. And we really are trying to provide that consistent hub for our teachers so that they're not having to look for a lot of things, but they're hearing consistent messages about the support we can provide for our students. And then we also did develop a district care line in the spring so that families in crisis and in need could come to that. And we have maintained that to make sure that, that there's a place for families to go if they're having some need. And then lastly, again, you just see that in terms of supporting our staff, we have late starts or early out times. We have guaranteed times throughout the week that we are providing teaching and support for our staff, including a menu of both parent and staff trainings. So trying to make it as available as possible and as widely known as possible, that we have lots of training opportunities for our staff, and we hope that they're able to take advantage of it. So again, we have lots of professional development. You'll notice signs of suicide. That also coincides with this week, but that's an ongoing training, not just a one-time deal. We have a lot of series for our staff. We continue to provide the critical team members, and we have our care and support line. We have partnerships in the community to combat drug and alcohol use, and we're very thankful for those partnerships, and as well as the Community Alliance, where we're constantly learning about what community resources are available and what things are new on the horizon. And then again, our school community facilitators are such an important part of all of these components. So we have resources for staff, we have resources for kids, and we have professional development to try and bring together all of the different components of support for mental health and social and emotional learning. Coming to the end, folks, we also have a process for pupil engagement and outreach. And what that means is that we have a tiered approach to making sure if kids aren't coming, we want to know why, we want to know how we can re-engage them, and want to know what we can do about it. So we have a tiered system, And it uses sort of it goes from a lower level to a higher level. We continue to outreach to families with automated calls and texts, and we do visit homes. And we do have the school attendance and review board that is modified to acknowledge the COVID situation. And then we are communicating with our children who are most challenged with attendance and really trying to maintain our tracking systems so we can constantly evaluate where kids are. And so we do have a great graphic organizer where you start from tier 1, where the people closest to the students are our teachers and our principals. And we really want to make sure counselors, the staff at the schools is who does the first best outreach and the second outreach and the third outreach. So we rely on them. And then as we go through a process, we have started to exhaust our closer levels to get to early identification, and then moving on out through parent conferences and home visits, and then some pre-SARB intervention, moving on up. So there are 6 tiers
Tenemos 6 niveles.
along the way, but really what we want to communicate is that we care, we want kids engaged, we want to do everything we can to get all of the adults to communicate as much as possible and find out what's happening so that we can get them back with us. Lastly, school nutrition. School nutrition, we continue to maintain support for school nutrition. Thankfully, we've had an extension of some funds to support food for all students. So we are doing the grab and go at curbside locations. I know things will adjust a little bit as we go face to face. Information is on the district website, but we continue to offer support to our neediest students. And our goal is to make sure that no one goes hungry. When you look at these final dollar amounts that you would see in the plan, the behavior specialists, the social workers, those are all partially funded from local control funding formula funds, as well as other funds. So again, these are not COVID funds, but we want to acknowledge that they play a critical role in the work that we've just mentioned. And then in addition to that, nutrition services did do some work with the mobile power supplies that did come from our COVID money, but the nutrition services staffing that we have here, that is from our LCFF funding as well. And I believe that is the end of the LCP extravaganza. So with that, I will take a couple of questions if you have any.
I do. There are, we have at least one at this point in time, Trustee Barto. And now Trustee Anderson.
And I think there's, did I see a student board member further down? Okay, never mind. Thank you. This was such a huge departure from your usual LCAP, and I want to thank you for all the hard work that went into it, because I know what a lift the LCAP is, and that's when you have a template. So thank you. It's really comprehensive. Couple things that I wanted to just highlight, and I know as our focus, we're talking about meeting kids where they are, and I know that transportation is currently a challenge that we're facing. I know you guys are really focused on making sure that kids can get to school, but I think that we've really done a good job of capturing so many of the pieces, from the social emotional to the allowing teachers to work with kids individually. And I think that those are be celebrated and highlighted. And I just, we've done this much. As we go forward, I'm sure you guys will come up with ways to individually reach students as well. But that's something I get a lot of questions on from families in the last day or so, is they're concerned about actually getting to school. So as we go forward, if you could just, I know you will, but keep us informed on that.
I don't know, Superintendent Lee Sung has stepped away, or is he here? Or so, Assistant Superintendent Drake, do you want to respond? Oh, there you are. There you are. Thank you.
I never leave you.
Okay. Did you want to respond to Trustee Barto's comments about transportation?
I'm sorry, Ms. Bargo. Can you repeat the question, please?
Oh, I just, I try to highlight the questions that I get from the community, and the ones that I've gotten the most recently were well captured by the LCAP, or Learning Continuation Plan, which was how do we handle individual students who are not attending as well. But then the second question that I've gotten in the past few days is, how do we get the kids to school, and transportation and all those things. So I was just asking that as we go move along with all of this and reopening, we communicate that out, because I feel like we did a really good job of addressing all the questions I've had up to now, and that's, you know, just keeping you guys in the loop of that's another one I'm hearing quite a bit.
Yeah, well, we certainly want to make sure our kids get to school, and we'll support that. But as I've stated before, the transportation is unfortunately going to be limited in this environment. And we're trying to maximize the space that we do have on the bus to the best that we can.
Yes, and I know that you're all working very hard. I know there's a lot of stuff to figure out, but just a request as we go forward that we kind of highlight who we are serving, so people who, you know, are in that loop know and aren't missing out, I guess is kind of what I am asking for.
So Superintendent Lee-Sung, would it be possible also, because even though a small portion of our students ride the bus, a greater number of students walk or carpool or drive. Is there a way to also communicate with them about safe routes to school, to parents, to say, you know, if your kid is walking X, these are safe, they're considered safe routes. Drop off and pickup. Each school developing a drop off and pickup system in terms of at their individual school, how kids are going to be dropped off, picked up, lined up, whatever. Is that going to be communicated, or is that a template that the district is developing? And then we are, you know, then so that if we could see that, because I think that a greater proportion of families just want to know, what are the safe routes? You know, if they're having to walk, and we've taken care of the kids with the transportation, that are not safe routes, i.e., you know, Harbor Boulevard or wherever. There are other kids that are used to ride the bus, whether voluntarily or they qualified for free and reduced lunch, that are not, but they need to know how to get to school. So I would just hope that we would communicate to all our parents about how to get to school, what's the drop off, that type of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always a plan, whether we're in a COVID situation or not, about the safest way to drop your kids off at school and pick them up. That's a big part of any type of opening routine, again, no matter when. And it's part of the pre-communication that principals have with parents to communicate what the safe routes are, what the directions are. And so this year, and I will state this, that things will be different this year based on having to you know, make sure we don't have kids congregating and all coming in and funneling into one particular location. So each site is different, and that's where we get into the site-specific plan, where they will have to identify where those areas are that students should be entering and dropped off. So all part of the plan.
And I wanted to pass on a nice compliment that I got over the weekend from a couple of teachers. You know, we always get compared to Irvine anyway, so they said that they felt that the communication from Newport-Mesa had been much better than Irvine's of late. So I just figured I'd pass that on. Thank you.
Okay, we've got the next one we have is Trustee Anderson, then Trustee Black, and then Trustee Snell.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for putting all this together, Mrs. Gailey. I love this format too. It's like so much easier to read, particularly on a screen, than the, you know, big blocks. One of the things that I really appreciate that you put on there was to specifically mention learning loss. That's something, you know, nationwide that is happening. And so I was just wondering what we anticipate, particularly for elementary, in the realm of tutoring or extra support that our students can rely upon.
So, right, again, we'll work, we will work closely with the sites to, number one, bring the kids back in an environment where they're feeling successful. I mean, that when we talk about assessing and all of those things, first and foremost, we want to make sure that the kids are successful, which is why and a lot of the recommendation is to back away from assessment and start fixing what is broken. And so our first goal will be to find out really where our kids are and what they do know and understand in relation to the expectations of their grade level, and then provide the support from there, whether that's tutoring, additional small group time, or even addressing some of those pieces in the synchronous or asynchronous time that we'll have at this second level. Those will all be things that will evolve, but our first and foremost is to get kids back and know deeply, how they're thinking about the content, what they understand about the content, and then approach building on what they do know, as opposed to going in and identifying what they don't know and trying to fix that. And so I do see that happening, both live instruction as well as both synchronously and asynchronously.
Yeah, because I saw it on there for secondary, but I know there hasn't always been as much attention to it in elementary. And I think coming out of, the spring distance learning there, I continue to hear from parents like, my child needs a lot more help. What can we do? And then I just was wondering too, I am so appreciative, and I think that we've done a really good job of getting so many people hotspots that they need. I'm wondering if that is something that we are considering for spring, if there are, any apartments that may not have access, if there's a way that we can either get routers to those families, if there continue to be any families that struggle with access, if there are several children in one household. Have we had more conversations as to how to address those needs?
Around hotspots, or I'm
No,
sorry.
If the hotspot is spotty, if it's not working very well in a particular spot, what can still be done? I feel like I hear of families who have, several kids, and there's too many kids on at one time. So one or two will get dropped. Is there, if we're still going to be using, particularly for secondary, but for elementary as well, there's a need for them to be able to log in. And so I'm just wondering if there have been continued discussions about how we will meet those children's needs, that if the hotspot is not working out.
Yeah, Trustee Anderson, I think we're just going to have to work on that case-by-case basis. Not sure if it's a faulty hotspot, or they need an additional hotspot, or we somehow accommodate them on the school site. But I think we got to look at individual circumstances. And I know our schools, our staff, our principals, our counselors all will work to figure out the best solution for that student.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure those conversations were still ongoing, because there continue to be some problems with that. And then I just want to thank you too, Vanessa, for making it really clear with the chart, particularly about the tiers and what is expected attendance-wise and what each of those will be. Are we making sure that the principals are communicating that out to their school communities? Because it's so clear.
So first of all, I cannot take credit for that beautiful 6-level tiered graphic. That is a Phil D'Agostino masterpiece. So I want to give where credit is due. I know that he has done presentations in the summertime, and then also as we were coming into the school year, and I believe he did that with teachers as well. But in terms of the communication plan, I can't speak to that at the moment. I know that the principals are working on their site-specific plans first, and then on the heels of that will be their school plan, which will be based on the slideshow that you just saw. So that will be embedded in the school plan. So I can make a note to talk about the methods of communication in addition to just having those tiers of engagement.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right, seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing. Pardon?
Wait, the floor.
I thought Black and no were on the.
We're on
We
the.
still have 2 more board members that were on the list.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're right. I apologize. Black and Snell. I didn't see your hands up again, so that may be because I'm on the panelist. Sorry,
Okay,
I'm on the panel attendees.
Yeah, and I really don't, my question is more about probably, to Superintendent Lee Sung, about when we're prepared to give this to the public. So I would like to, we as board members got the opportunity to preview it and go through it in a draft form. And of course, I don't want to send that out, but I'm really chomping the bit to send out because it is a fabulous, comprehensive, it answers a lot of questions. I mean, there's a lot more in-depth questions that, will come from sharing this document, but so do you have a timeline or, no, Ms. Gailey does, but what is your timeline for it to go out?
It's out. It's posted. It's made available so that folks could read it ahead of the public hearing, and it continues to be posted. And we want people to look at it, and I'll embed a little email address. They can send me feedback if they want, but it's in draft because it's not approved until you all approve it.
Well, and that's my point. That was my point. And, because I don't want to, cause more angst, but it is just a fabulous document. And thank you so much. I know everybody had a hand in it, including board members. And so I appreciate, being included in that too. So, but I would like to get draft off of mine so that I can personally share it. So I'm ready. After we approve, we have to wait till the next board meeting.
Yeah, so I just want to make clear that this document is public, even though it states draft on it. So by all means, share it with anybody.
Yeah.
Okay. And the draft will come off only after the board officially approves that at the end of the month.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
I just also want to say it's a draft for a reason. So based on the public input, based on the comments we get, based on there may be some adjustments between now and next week. So that would also be something that we would highlight for you.
Well, and I'll share that as well, knowing what the timeline is now. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm sorry, Trustee Snell.
So I just think it should be required reading for everybody, that especially if we get a comment that we don't have a plan. So they have to read it. I am continually amazed, Vanessa, at how you put these things together. It's unbelievable. So it's my understanding that this particular report is only for this year, and then next year we go back to the LCAP.
That's what they say.
Okay, this is like a one-off, just because of the situation with COVID and not being able to do the entire report, although it felt like the entire report, so I don't know. Yeah, so anyway, thank you. You answered one of my other questions, so thank you. It's a great report.
Thank you. It's definitely a team effort. A lot of people behind the scenes and great, editing and helping me catch typos and things like that. But I really do have an amazing team with me. So.
I just want to let you know that Annette has responded that the Spanish LCP will be posted online tomorrow morning. So I want the public to know that that's happening. And with that, we have Trustee Matoya, who wants to have the last word.
Oh, I get the last word. How exciting.
There's nobody else.
Just wait. All I wanted to say was thank you so much, Mrs. Gailey. What you accomplish to me is always amazing and over the top. And if anyone says we don't have a plan, between our school reopening plan that's on our website and this, everyone should know exactly how ready we are to educate our children in the time of COVID. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so I am now closing the public hearing. So now we are moving on to item 18, community input on non-agenda items. And we have 2 items. Trustee Black, would you read the section, please?
Okay. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board regarding items on the regular meeting. Nope, is that the wrong one? Oh, non-agenda. Okay.
Via electronic.
So it says on regular meeting agenda under here. So I'm sorry, I have the wrong cheat sheet. Okay, let's see. No, I don't have it.
Okay, I'll read it.
But here it has the, it says non-agenda, but if you read it, this is an opportunity for the public to address the board regarding items on the regular meeting agenda. So that is not what this is. This is non-agenda items. Each speaker has 3 minutes of comment time as per board policy 9323. There's a maximum of 20 minutes of comments per topic. In the event the number of submitted public comments for a topic on the agenda are anticipated to exceed 20 minutes, the order of comments will be read in random order until the 20 minutes have expired. That's not too confusing.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we have 2 items on 16A for non-agenda items. Trustee Black, you have the first one.
This is from Martha O'Mara. I appreciate the trustees' efforts to read comments carefully, but why not let each person submitting a comment record it with the emphasis on specific words or phrases that they choose? Probably would move things along more quickly and smoothly.
Thank you. And I have a comment from Leah Ursulu. I'm curious about the status of the Estancia Theater project. The last time we heard about it was October 19th meeting when you approved a schematic. NMUSD's website says today it is in quote planning and design phase. When will you involve community input? As we saw at Ensign, the community, especially students, values these natural elements. You ignored the alternative options there. Please don't repeat that. Students are always under the shade trees at Estancia. You've seen them. We deserve to have such a great asset here in Area 1. That is not a question. The question is that you must think bigger. This need not be a zero-sum project where we can only win a theater if we lose old growth trees. I urge you to seriously request and consider alternative schematics from design firm and engage the community meaningfully in reviewing them, especially considering this $32 million project. The public should be involved in the cost benefits you are making with our tax dollars. Thank you. Superintendent Lee-Sung, I believe you have available some to address that issue on Estancia.
Yeah, I just want to briefly comment on that because this is, first of all, not on the agenda tonight, so we cannot go deeply on this item. But I just want to say that, you know, we recently gave the board a full update on this project back from the very beginning. As you know, any of these major projects, it's years in the making, and steps have been done and decisions have been made. And what we will do at some point in the near future is ask Mr. Holcomb and his staff to give a full report. We'll agendize this, give a full report to the board and the public on this project. So just want to state that that will be forthcoming. I don't know, Mr. Holcomb, if you just want to make a brief comment on that, but since this is not agendized, I don't want to go too deep.
Sure. The one thing I think might be appropriate is that at that board meeting when that was mentioned last October, the board saw that the staff had looked at all 5 of the potential sites that originally there were 3, and then 2 additional sites were added, so that basically any potential location on the Estancia campus where the theater could go had been studied by the committee, which included community members, staff, and then that was brought fully to the board for the board to see, all in accordance with the expectations you've laid out for us for how to go through making those decisions about where a project should be sited at a campus.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving.
Did it go to the community though? Before that, like the greater community, like what happened at Ensign, there were community hearings. Did that happen with the Estancia Theater?
So the process is to complete a schematic design and determine the general layout of a project. Typically, the board's process has been that the community meetings happen later when the design is complete, And we're currently planning for those meetings to occur in the near future when the design is complete.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to informal reports. Superintendent Lee Sung.
Okay, I gave my report earlier, so I will defer to my colleagues on the cabinet.
Okay, so I'm going to go the other way this time. So Assistant Superintendent Olson.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the opportunity to share with you something that's a little bit more of our routine at this time of year. And so I'm really happy to share with you that our induction program, which some folks recall used to be BITSA, has started up, and it is led by Amy Tupa and Sarah Bartel. They coordinate our efforts of gathering people who are interested in participating as a mentor for our new teachers and helping them out. And of course, this is under the direction of our administrative director, Megan Brown. This year, we're still getting in, some of our hourly support teachers in. Once they come on board, we'll have 43 in the first year program and 24 in the second year program. And I just want to share with you and thank you for supporting the program for our new teachers. I will give you a story today where we were signing contracts for an hourly support teacher who was coming from another district. And when she heard that, one, we offer the program, and two, that we pay for it and support them, even though she's an hourly support, it brought tears to her eyes and she actually cried. She had previously been in a district that she did not have that opportunity and was in jeopardy of not completing her credential. And so I just want to thank the board, because it is a really great program to build strong teachers, to keep them connected when things are tough, and just help them through those first couple of years and keep them in the profession. So thank you very much for that. And thanks to Megan for spearheading and overseeing the program.
Terrific, thank you. Next we have Tim Holcomb, Assistant Superintendent, Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you, President Fleur. My quick update tonight is as we're approaching the reopening of our schools, and we are also completing the projects at Ensign and Corona del Mar, I want to assure you that staff has been working very closely with the site administrators at both of those sites to make certain that as students come back to school, that there will be an ability to operate and for students to make their way onto campus and staff to park and all of those sorts of things as we're completing those projects. Both of those projects, COVID has interrupted the supply chain throughout the world in construction, but the more unusual impact that we've experienced was the heat wave, and fires have impacted the availability of concrete of all things at this point. And so we continue to work through that. We're working through it with the sites, as I say, and we'll be able to accommodate all of the necessary functions at both sites to open on our scheduled opening date.
Terrific, thank you. Next we have Jeff Trader, our Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer. Jeff.
So to circle back to President Fleur's question earlier this evening about Proposition 15, that's the split roll initiative that will appear before the voters in November. That will increase property taxes on commercial and industrial properties to their market value rate. And 60% of that revenue will go to local governments via the property tax allocation, and 40% will go to education, K through 14. And that means for the Newport-Mesa Unified School District, according to a California School Services report, will generate $1,968,828 per year as an estimate. And then two other quick items. As you're talking to our state leaders, there's about $9 million of CARES Act funding for the district that's going to expire December 30th. And it would be helpful if they would extend that deadline for us. We'll have it no matter what, but it'll be helpful. And then also, as you have conversations, it would be great to get some legislation that would limit liability to help protect us from COVID kinds of related liability. Thank you.
So Jeff, Mr. Trader, can you help? Can we get that out? And I'm sure that the board can individually send letters out, but I think it would be really behoove us to also include and post it on our website, so those community members who would be so inclined to write letters as well of support for those two items, the liability as well as the $900,000 that we're coming, that we'd like to have that extended, because we don't know whether COVID's going to be ending December 30th, 2020. I mean, there's going to be a need. So if you could get that out, I'm sure CSBA is also working on it, but it would be really helpful that we can make it available for our families and parents. Terrific. Thank you. Going around, let's see, we go to Dr. Kurt Sir, Executive Director, Secondary.
Thank you, President Floor. Just a quick update for the community. Every year we start off our first trimester with a conference week, and there are two that are on our calendar. One is called an alternate conference week, and another one happens later, which is our regular conference week. Every year, about a handful of our schools operate within the alternate conference week, which is about 5 weeks into the school year before we issue report cards to students. The rest of our schools operate during the regular conference week time, which is when we provide report cards to our families. Given the calendar this year and working with all of our 6 principals who had scheduled an alternate conference week this year, all principals doing that have elected to move just this year to the regular conference week. So all of our schools this year are going to be involved with conference week starting October 26th. And then after this year, probably we'll have some go back, most likely we'll go back to implementing the alternate conference week. But again, our conference week for all of our families this year at the elementary level are going to begin October 26th.
Okay, great. And next we have Dr. Kurt Bauermeister, Executive Director, Secondary.
Thank you, President Floor, members of the board, Superintendent Lee Sung, Cabinet distinguished guests. I have the pleasure tonight to give you an update on the Human Relations Task Force. We took a summer hiatus, and our last meeting was in July, and we set a meeting date way off in the future of September 23rd, which happens to be next Wednesday. And so there are 3 things that we're going to be talking about. Number one, we had community workshops last year, and they were monthly events that we had, and we had really good presenters, and they gave really good information, and the numbers just kept dwindling and dwindling to where the last 2, it was myself and 3 community task force members and no members of the community. And so the task force in July talked about this, and actually Principal Kwong from Costa Mesa Middle School came up with a great idea of having student forums. And so we wanted to get more kids involved all the time in the task force. So the idea is to have them at different zones, to have relevant and up-to-date topics. Dr. Neighbors from UCI will be a facilitator of these. The DERA students from Costa Mesa and Estancia will help facilitate these discussions and do board panels. And so we're looking at doing that monthly instead of the community workshop. So it's something that the task force is very excited about. And again, we've always wanted to get more kids involved, and we think this is a great way to get more kids involved and get that information out in our communities. The second thing we'll be talking about is the DERA programs at Estancia and Costa Mesa High School moving forward. And then the last one is the Courage to Remember, the traveling Holocaust exhibit that we were going to do in April, but obviously fell by the wayside. So we want to bring that back at some point. We don't know when we'll be able to or not. And then again, with the task force, we'll talk about things that we had planned, but we don't know if they're going to move forward or not. So there are a lot of things up in the air, but those are the kind of things we'll be talking about at our first meeting when we get back together on September 23rd.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Okay, Assistant Superintendent John Drake.
Thank you, President Fleur. I'd like to give a quick update on our cloud campus. A lot of amazing things are happening there. First off, just enrollment, there's over 1,600 students there, kindergarten through 12th grade. We've got 964 elementary students and 645 secondary students as of this morning. While there's been some growing pains along the way, as Dr. Shaka says, they're getting better every day. Instruction is happening. Students are in front of teachers. Families are getting used to the flexibility that the cloud campus offers both them as a family as well as the students individually. You also recall when putting this together, Dr. Shaka talked about making sure that he was creating an environment that kids could connect to with the cloud campus. So I'm happy to announce that there has been a mascot selected for the cloud campus. As of yesterday, there were 2 finalists. It was either going to be the Cloud Campus Owls or the Cloud Campus Phoenix. And after a vote with students, staff, and parents, they're known as the Cloud Campus Phoenix. Okay. And their logo is currently in design. Also, the ASB class has been up and running since week 1. Students from all zones are enrolled in the ASB class, and elections were conducted yesterday. They have their first ASB president, who is an 8th grade student from Corona del Mar, and then 2 vice presidents, an 11th grade student from Estancia and a 12th grade student from Harbor. So bringing communities together through ASB. Their elementary back to school night was 2 weeks ago and had a very strong attendance. And the secondary back to school night is this Thursday from 6 to 8 p.m. Another exciting piece that's just recently occurred is Cloud Campus has partnered with Coastline ROP to offer some special enrollment options to Cloud Campus students for certain ROP classes this year. Dr. Shaka worked closely with Carol Hume to make that happen. So we're grateful for that partnership. Flag decks are happening. Elementary flag deck happened this past Friday for the first time, and they will continue every Friday moving forward. And then last but not least, Dr. Shaka will have for the Cloud Campus his first PTA meeting tomorrow. And they will use this time to organize their PTA, to organize their school site council, and their ELAC committees for both elementary and secondary. So needless to say, Dr. Shaka has been extremely busy educating students as well as creating an environment that they not only can engage in, but really connect to.
So let me see if I have, I don't have any questions, but I know I have one, so I'm going to ask it now, John. Assistant Superintendent Drake. We're getting a lot of calls from families, emails about families that are not quite ready to really go back to school on the 29th. What are we going to do? Are they considering opening up? Are we considering opening up the cloud campus? Because we're getting lots of calls from all over. So just, I don't need to have it discussed now, but I'd like to have an update on what that opportunity is, because there are 2 things. One, they're asking for either virtual streaming, live streaming into the classrooms, and or I want to get back, how do I get into the cloud campus? So, and those are their big concerns, that they're not ready to come back to school. So I think we need to really address this.
Well, President Flor, I've responded to a similar question with our Harbor Council PTA, but I do want to remind folks of a couple of things. So first of all, as you know, we've given parents the choice to choose virtual school back when we originally set the deadline. We extended that deadline a few extra days. We've actually allowed parents to change their minds in both directions for a number of weeks. And at a certain point, we had to stop the transfers. We had to create some stability. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. We're taking a look at our numbers. We're assessing where our space is available and all of that. And the question that you posed, I know that there are many parents who are concerned about going back to in-person, okay? And one of the things I go back to right from the beginning is we have to make sure that we maintain stability throughout our district at all of our schools, okay? There is something that, a letter that went out just recently, as recent as today, I believe, to make sure parents are fully aware that there is a medical exemption option, okay? And we need to let that process play out before we make any final decisions on what to do with students who wish to transfer schools. And basically that's what this is. It's a school transfer. Even though it's to or from the cloud, it is still a school transfer, and we have a process for that. So, so we need to take care of this step of the medical exemptions that just recently went out, and then we'll be considering what options and what space we do have available within our transfer process.
Great, thank you. Okay, and then last but not least, Dr. Jacquem in Student Services.
Thank you, President Fleur, members of the board. I wanted to follow up on some of the information that Ms. Gailey shared in the Learning Continuity Plan related to home visits. And I think there were some questions about hotspots and connectivity and that sort of thing. And since June, our child welfare and attendance investigator has conducted 42 home visits, and 28 of those have occurred since school has started this fall. So, and some of the reasons for that are that students are not participating in the distance learning. So we send out our child welfare and attendance investigator if the school has done their levels, their tiers, according to that plan, and then we send him out to find out what else is going on. In some cases, they are people who have moved due to their financial circumstances. Right now, they are no longer living at the address or that we had them in. Some students do have not had a Chromebook or didn't have a hotspot and didn't know how to obtain that. So the system is working in terms of the school site doing their level of intervention and then moving it up the chain for student services to be able to do that. And then we're also, again, we don't just look at kids who aren't participating in distance learning. We also, you know, look into reports of neglect or abuse or anything like that, which is particularly challenging in distance learning when we don't get to see kids every day. So just wanted to give you that update on that next level of support in that tiered system. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We're moving on to item number 20, board member reports. I believe Trustee Anderson, you have a report, or is that under the mandatory optional board member reports?
It's not mandatory.
But is it an optional, is it a board report? Are you, is it from an appointed position or you just want to review it? Okay, so this is your time.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to, as we were talking about children going to school, last year I sent a few of our staff information about safe routes to school, which happens in October. I think that could be really helpful. They also do the walking school bus, but Safe Routes to School is through OCTA. It would have been ideal if we had had more schools participate last year, so then we would be ready for this year, but that is an option. And I also just wanted to revisit the conversation about having a DLAC representative that speaks during the Harbor Council PTA student school board section. I really feel like that is a missing voice. It would be wonderful if we could have the DLAC president or someone from that team that is able to share at our board meetings. And And then I also just wanted to bring up again, if it would be possible for trustees to get packets delivered to them, like the unaudited actual budget. I'm not going to print that out at home. So again, it would be really, I know I'd asked for this previously, but that is something that I think particularly in the few weeks that we still have before we may be meeting in public, but even going forward, I'm a visual person. I like to see all the information in front of me. I would love if we could get those once agenda prep is finalized and they would be delivered to us rather than trying to print them out, because there's still information that I find I'm missing before the agenda is published publicly. And then I do just want to bring up again my serious concerns for busing and the needs for elementary students in our district. I asked for the busing the busing enrollment numbers for who was a part of it in January 2020. I have not received that yet. And so I continue to be concerned that we will actually be able to meet the needs of all of our students. That is something that is very troubling to me. So again, I request the busing numbers from January 2020. And I really would like us to do everything possible to ensure that TK to 8th grade students are not only safe, but they have access to their education. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe some of that information has been provided by Mr. Lee Sung. Okay.
It has not. That's why I asked for it again right now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Special board member reports, legislative report, Trustee Barto.
I kind of feel like we beat the legislative piece to death over the last meeting. But the main things coming through that Mr. Trader did refer to is the piece for the liability legislation. And so I would love to coordinate with CSBA on that and see how we can best push that forward. The last CSBA meeting that I attended, or update that I attended, included how that bill was going through and how it was effectively dead because it didn't get another reading. So I think that we need to push for that, because that really helps with our reopening, and certain things in regards to teachers being essential workers, they need coverage as well, and we'll be liable if we can't figure out some kind of legislative thing as a state, not just our district. But anyway, so that would be something that I would hope that we could put a concerted effort for, and Charlene, I'd love to work more with you on that as well.
Great. And then I have a report from ROP. First of all, the CT incentive grant application is due on Thursday, the 17th, and we are applying, and I believe so is Newport-Mesa. And then the Strong Workforce Program, or the K-12 SWP, is also due October 16th, and that's through the county, and they're deciding which entities are going to be applying for that. Just to give you an idea, because we're working with 5 different districts, they've had their first day of school for the last 4 weeks at ROP. And they've also just received from the CDE guidance on precautions for CTE classes. Their biggest concern is they will probably not be able to offer internships, or they're going to have to adjust the need for how we do internships. A lot of our internships are in person, whether it be at South Coast Plaza in a store, or whether it be at a veterinary clinic, at our automotive sites. So they're having to really work through those types of processes and how we're going to offer that. And we're really pleased that Mike reached out, and we're going to be offering, we're offering a number of courses, and so we're very excited about that. I don't believe there are any other reports. I do have a couple of questions. One, and that's only because of the comments that were made by our student board members. I'm still very concerned about every single one of them responded to the homework load. And we heard that last year, that the homework load was becoming excessive, and now we're hearing it again. And I believe that, at least I was under the understanding that there was some addressing, we were addressing that issue, but that's unacceptable when they're piling on tons of homework. I'm not real happy about that. And then the other one is the communication. I find it fascinating that the students want to hear communication. They're not necessarily, we're sending it to their parents, but there needs to be some sort of way or means that we can get information to the kids because it's directly impacted them. So I hope that Annette can help with figuring out how we can do that. I know that we have to be really cautious about sending to underage students, but again, I think it's important that we have the ability to send something out to kiddos, especially at the high school level. So those are mine. And the last one is I would like to have a conversation in the future about when we are going to be meeting in public and going back to some sort. I know there's varying different opinions on that, but since our kids are going back to school, we need to make a decision on what we're going to be doing as a board and as a staff. I noticed that majority of all our staff members, and thank you very much for that. I know this is late and you are all back at the office like normal. So we need to have that conversation. And then I will be sending out an email to get the Trustee Snell and Trustee Matoye back together to work on, starting to work on the policy committee, as well as we'll work with Mr. Lee Sung to develop a meeting schedule about superintendent evaluation, but it's more about superintendent right now. It's about superintendent goals for the evaluation. So with that, while there was no mention of adjournment, I would like to adjourn the meeting. We lost, in addition to the family, Coach Nolan's daughter, we also lost a member of the Corona Del Mar community, a teacher who had been with us, Marcia Ball, and so I would like to adjourn the meeting in their memory, if that's okay with you. So can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
I move that we adjourn the meeting in memory of both the Nolan family and the Ball family.
Great. Thank you very much. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll see you all later. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.